Or they're zoomed out because they do it all day at their jobs.
Okay, so we are live. Let's see, we have all of our council members. We'll give it 2 minutes. I do not see Council Member Steele. So maybe Eileen, if you just want to reach out to her quick.
It is an odd early start time.
Well, because of our 6 p.m. special,
Yeah.
And I knew people were working. I was in the office today. I know Ken might have been in the office and dealing with traffic on the way home. I literally walked in the door at 5:30. Did I just see a 5-hour energy, Mayor? No.
They're my favorite too, so they work very well. I should have thought about that before I got in a seat.
My
He's ready for
problem.
5 hours. We're only open for 2, but he's ready for up to 5.
I'd be up till 3 o'clock in the morning. I can't do it this late.
That's when I get up. That's why I need it now.
Okay, just for folks out there, we're waiting on Council Member Sue Steele. Just, we don't want to start without her.
She's jumping on now.
Perfect.
Oh, God, this seems like it's gonna be so long. What is this for?
All right, Sue is here.
My apologies.
No problem, Sue. Okay. Okay, we are going to kick off our finance meeting to go over quite a few agenda items. I will open the finance meeting to order, and I'll ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'll hand it off to, how about Councilmember Cummings?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. We'll do a quick roll call. Councilmember Gully.
Sorry, I thought I was still unmuted. I'm here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Here.
Councilmember Steele.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Here.
Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Council President Mantello. I am here. We have all 7 council members present. I will take a motion to approve the minutes of the last finance meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as produced.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, the approval minutes carry 7-0. Presentation of the agenda. As mentioned, we have quite a few agenda items regarding the 2021 budget. These are all budget-related items. The City Council held over a dozen meetings over the past 6 to 8 weeks, and we met with various department heads, the mayor, the comptroller, deputy mayor, and we sifted through this 300, I believe, page document, close to 300 pages, and went line by line. And the majority and the minority have come up with several recommendations to the mayor's proposed budget. We'll be talking about those tonight. And without further ado, let's get right into the agenda, the public forum. We do not have any speakers tonight, and local laws, we have none. We'll go right into the ordinances and resolutions. When we get to the resolution with all the amendments, we'll stop there and just kind of group because there's so many amendments. Ordinance 91. Ordinance amending Chapter 270 of the Troy City Code, Councilmember Zaluski, at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. On the discussion, this, just for folks out there, is increasing various parking rates from $60 to $75 per month. Green Island, 4th Street Y, Congress Street, 5th Ave, State Street, and Front Street. Further discussion. Okay, for Mara's purpose, I'm going to do slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Steele.
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Council President Mantello. I am going to go no on this, and the reason being, as I've mentioned quite a bit, we all know we're in the heart of COVID still. COVID is not leaving us anytime soon. I do recognize a lot of employees are not back to work. So a lot of these lots probably aren't getting much usage at the present time. So it may not have a huge impact. But at some point in 2021, folks are going to be going back to work. And I recognize, a lot of folks are still going to be very challenged fiscally. And I think that this is going to hurt some employees, working downtown and working in the various locations. So I'm going to vote no on this one. Further discussion? All right, ordinance 91 carries 6-1. We're going to go to ordinance 92, ordinance amending chapter 216 of the Troy City Code. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, but I thought that was Councilman Cummings.
Oh, I apologize. I do apologize, Councilmember Cummings, at the request of the administration. And the prior one was Councilmember Zaluski. I believe I stated that.
You did.
Councilmember Cummings, sorry about that. Do I have a motion?
Still motioned.
Yep, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Just for folks out there, this is raising the golf course fees for 2021. We're going from a single pass 950 to, 800 for a resident to 950 for a non-resident. We're going 1100 to 1250. A number of other proposals to increase the fees are in this, and the seasonal pass is also going up. So further discussion.
Council President?
Yep, Councilmember Zaluski and then Councilmember Cummings.
I definitely don't know much about golf. I'm guessing Councilman Gully could probably speak to it better than me, but as far as I could tell, even though the rates are going up, we still have some of the most competitive rates in the area. And of course, we're trying to invest in the course. So, in order to invest in an asset that's generating revenue, sometimes you have to bring in a little bit extra revenue to make those investments. So this seems to be reasonable, but again, I don't golf. I don't know if I was a golfer and I was looking at these fees exactly how I'd react to them, but they don't seem to be astronomical. And my understanding is that we are very competitive in the region. That's it.
Okay, and we did really go into the weeds regarding the fees and really got in much depth with the golf superintendent, the course superintendent, and the employees up there. So, saying that. Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, I guess most of what I was going to say has been said, but the main thing for me is making sure that the bonding that we're doing does not increase burden on the taxpayers at large. And so a combination of hopeful increased golf days and a reasonable increase in fees, it's looking like that will help keep that burden off of our taxpayers.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Anyone else want to weigh in? Councilmember Gully?
Ken, you're right. A lot of people that don't know about golf would know about the difference in the courses. I can just tell you that 5 years ago, we had a Chevy Impala, and today we have a Cadillac. So that should help to relate to the value and the condition of the course that Josh Buell and Greg Tudor have brought to the table. I do want to ask for an amendment, if I could. Am I allowed to do that now?
Yes, absolutely, Councilmember Gully. What is your proposed amendment?
May I explain it first?
Absolutely.
We're bringing up the fees on the golf course, and I can relate to that. I think it's valid. I have one concern, and that is the new section 267-7E, the restriction that would only allow a season pass holder to play in one league. Well, I don't know how that really benefits us, because what happens is the guy might not join the league, but he's still going to come out and play golf, and it's still going to be on a season pass. So really, the only difference is that when you play in a league, there's a league fee that you pay to the people you play with, and they build that camaraderie amongst themselves. When you play singly, you play with the buddies you play with, but it's not in competition in the league with 10, 15, 20, sometimes 50 individuals. I'm in a league with over 50 people up there on a Tuesday. So I can understand the value of having the leagues. There's a lot that comes out of it. So what I'm saying is that to just limit that person after raising the fees up 150 and numerous dollars on each one of the areas, to also tell them, well, you can only play in one league now, although these people might have been, hanging with, I know people that play in 2 or 3 leagues, and they're around different groups of people, and that's great to see. That camaraderie is great to see at the end of the night at the park pub on the deck or out in the back by the 10th hole. So I'd like to make an amendment that we would strike that from this legislation, and we're really not losing much, because I'm going to tell you right now, if they don't play in the league, they're going to go out and get a tee time anyways, and it's going to be covered under the season pass. We're just taking people and limiting them to the groups that they can be around during that week, and I don't see how that really financially benefits us, because I just think you might get a few that'll pay that extra $20, but I don't think that a lot of them will, and I don't think that after this great raise that gets us close, we're not even up to where we should be, but close. I think that would be enough to satisfy some of the financial activity of the course, and I don't think that would be necessary. So I'm making an amendment that we would strike Section 6E restrictions from the legislation.
And I'll second that amendment, Councilmember Gully. I'm getting interference, sorry. I support that. As someone that played in the league, unfortunately, I haven't been able to the past couple years with my schedule. But saying that the course has gone, from, let's say, a Pinto to a Cadillac. And, Greg and his team have done a phenomenal job up there. It just shows that some TLC and some real attention to the course and a professional, obviously, can turn the course around. Because if you recall, about 2.5 years ago, you and I did the walkthrough of the course, and several areas were closed off. Several areas, the greens literally was like golfing on a tic-tac-toe with bumps. It was just unreal, the condition of the greens. So saying that, I will second your motion, and now we can discuss. So Mara, the motion is to strike out the proposed E in the legislation. I've seconded. Does anyone else want to discuss that?
Can I just make sure I have a clarification here? So you're talking about ordinance 92, section 6, where it's inserting the new section E. You're going to eliminate that entire
Correct.
thing.
Yep,
Okay, so
So
I'm basically removing section 6 from the ordinance.
that's correct.
Correct.
So seven now will become 6, and then 8 will become 7.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep,
Council
Council
President?
yep. Councilmember Cummings, and then Councilmember Zalusky.
So yeah, as Councilman Zaluski said, I also don't know a ton about how things work operationally, but we did talk extensively with Greg Tudor and Josh Buell about this included. My sense was that the idea here was that when you have a season pass and are playing in a league, you're getting a lot of golf out of that season pass. And that if you want to do a second league, that's fine. But that'll be additional fees on top of the normal season pass. Is what you're saying, Jim, that folks would just not do that second league if they had to pay for it? It seems like they're still getting a very good deal with a season pass and a single league. This would just allow us to collect a little extra from the folks who are using the golf course the most.
Well, my answer to that would be that we're just raising the season fund up $150. And now we're telling them we're going to limit when you can play, who you can play with, because I go there and play 4 days a week, 1 in a league and 3 out of a league. So
Yep.
for me, it doesn't affect me, but there's a lot of guys that play the leagues to keep that camaraderie with their groups of people that they hang around. And really I'm just asking for the minute amount of money that we might get additionally. Is it worth compressing this on top of them along with the $150 raise? I understand where they're going. I certainly do. And I understand the value of the course, and we're not there yet. It's worth a lot more than what we're going to pay, even if this passes the way it is. I just think that this is an additional piece that realistically
So
is sort of like a little push on the golfers, because there's guys that play 2 leagues and they have a season pass, but now if they want to play with their friends at that time on that day, they're going to have to pay $28 extra. Instead, they can come in the morning and play for free.
gotcha. So how many times per year does a typical league play? Is it weekly for the season, basically?
Weekly.
Usually the leagues are anywhere between 15. Ours was the longest league in a Friday. We used to go 18 weeks and 2 weeks of just fun time, but most leagues are only 15 to 16 weeks.
Okay. So this would say that the single pass would be $950, and then if you want to join a second league and sort of double the amount you're playing, you do that, it would cost an extra $500 probably over the course of the season. Just in terms of the math.
Well, Anasha, actually, it wouldn't cost them anything if they didn't join the league, so they don't have to join the league, and they can just golf for free, which I think if you're faced with paying an extra $500 to play after you've paid an increase in the rate, how would you feel? I mean, I just asked you, how would you feel
Sure.
when you're told, hey, you got a season pass, but you can only use it for one league, and if you want to play it another time, you have to drop out of your league with your friends, and you can make another tee time another time, and we won't charge you.
Yeah.
I just think it's a little much.
It's
No, I-
counterproductive. Absolutely.
I respect Josh Buell's focus on the course and Greg Tudor's focus on the course, and I understand where they're trying to go. I'm just trying to be real about how we push this to the golfers, and I don't think that this is that big of money that it should make that big a difference to the budget, but it will make a big difference to the golfers.
Yes, sometimes it's not about dollars and cents. Councilmember Cummings, I apologize.
Just in terms of the budget, obviously, it's before us and it includes some increases in fee calculations. I don't know if you could do it on the fly, Andy, but would you anticipate that this would require a significant decrease in expected revenue from golf fees if we weren't getting this extra $500 from folks who do 2 leagues? Did you include that in your initial calculations, or did you just include the fee increases?
The budgeted revenues used the current unit sales over the last 5 years, and then it accounted for the increased rates. I do know that Josh Buell did anticipate the city getting more revenue out of this section. This is something that he was looking for specifically when we began the budget process. Was this piece added? But to answer your question, we use the historical unit sales.
Okay, so it wouldn't throw the budget out of whack, but it would throw Josh Buell's plans out of whack. Is that
Well,
right?
we don't know. He might generate more revenue just in the plan that we have. We have a lot of new golfers coming.
Okay,
I think
Councilmember Cummings?
that's all my questions on the topic.
Okay, Councilmember Zaluski.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. So I lacking knowledge of how this could impact the course. I'd prefer to just hear from someone who, from someone in the administration. I mean, if no one, I don't have a dog in this fight. So if the administration feels that this is an acceptable change and it's not going to affect, plans for the golf course, I don't have an issue with it. It's just tough when it's a last minute change like this, Jim, to have to, postulate on it and figure out like how it may impact things when, folks from Parks and Rec are not here right now. So I don't want to do anything that would jeopardize the budget. I'm happy to support it if the administration says that it's, that would not have any meaningful impact on operations. So I would just like to hear from someone in the administration to give us some guidance on how this would impact things.
Chair,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
I just want to reiterate that Andy said he did not use any number in there for the section E on that. And his number in the budget was based on the expectation of raises in the seasonal and regular fees.
Yeah, but the question was operational, not budgetary.
Right.
I mean, remember, obviously, I didn't even think about that, Councilmember Gully, when we were in the committee meetings, and I'm glad that you raised this issue because, that section I think is counterproductive, and I am glad that you brought it to our attention. And honestly, if I had seen it and we really, really focused on it during the committee meeting, I think we would have gone in deeper. But as Andy mentioned, they're not anticipating a ton of revenues. I do know that Josh wants to change around the league structure a little bit in terms of trying to get 2 leagues in one night and things to that nature. But I don't think that would hinder it. Obviously, you and I have played in the leagues. Do you agree, Councilmember Gully?
Council President, I can just tell you that I'm hoping Josh still loves me because we're trying to combine our 2 leagues on Friday in the morning to play. So It's nothing, it's certainly nothing derogatory against his talent and his vision. It's just, I don't think that at this point that it's going to produce enough of a revenue to be positive.
Half hour in and we passed 1 word.
All right. I don't know who that was, but
Anyone
check.
from the administration want to weigh in?
You know, I recall the conversation in the Finance Committee meeting for the golf course, but I can't say I own the details. I can't sit here and tell you I know what the impact would be. I wish we had had an opportunity to discuss it with Josh.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
It seems like structurally what Josh is trying to do with this budget and with this in particular is decrease the impact of leagues while still allowing them to flourish and grow.
Yeah.
And so I think maybe part of the idea here is, you know, folks that play in a whole bunch of leagues end up taking up spots that other folks could, you know, if we're reducing the total number of leagues, maybe we'd rather they golf outside of the league, you know, even if they have a season pass, even though that doesn't increase our revenue, you know, keep that spot open in the second league for someone else if we're not having as many leagues. So it seems like this creates some incentive there and makes sure, you know, while it's not, you know, it's probably not a major, it sounds like it's not a major budgetary question. It does provide, you know, it makes people have some skin in the game if they're going to be taking up that much tee time with leagues.
So a little bit of explanation for this. If the golf course season pass holder is paying, hold on, I'm writing up there. So say it's $950. If a league fee is $350, we are essentially allowing an individual who has a season pass, if they join 4 leagues, they can play 4 times and they're only paying for 2 season passes. So that was the reason why Josh had put this in. So essentially they're playing for half the cost of what a normal resident who purchases a season pass pays for. I get what you're saying, both Council President and Councilman Gully. And I know it's not a huge revenue impact, but that was the reasoning behind the request from Josh, was because a resident, so say if a league is $350 and they join 4 leagues, they're essentially paying the same amount as a season pass holder. So they're just saying that one season pass holder can be in 1 league, and then if they want to join additional leagues, then they would have to pay the additional fees that are associated with it. That's what it was for. I mean, as far as the overall budget impact, that was the operational impact, but as far as the budgetary impact, that was the reasoning behind for Josh. You know, the fees, the bulk of the section above that is probably more important to drive the future of the course itself, to make sure it maintains a Cadillac, maybe even focusing up to maybe a little bit higher elevation at some point in time. So consider your recommendations and then vote.
Council,
Yep, Councilmember Gully.
I understand where you're all at. Here's what I'll tell you about the leagues. Only so many people can join a league in the time you have for tee times. It's a tee time every 8 minutes, no matter what you do.
All right.
Whether you're in a league or whether you're not in a league, it's only every 8 minutes. So only so many people can join into a league. And most of the people that play there only play 1 or possibly 2 leagues a week. Leagues they've been in for years. Some people play more. I only play 1, but I play 3 other days there. So I get my 4 days a week out of my pass, and so do many others. There's seniors that are there 7 days a week. And that's what the pass is about. Giving the ability to put your money up front, give it up front in the beginning of the season so the course can use it. And then you're allowed to use the greenery, the grass, for as many times as you want. But if you go there and you're a season holder and you want to rent a cart, you're still going to pay for the cart. So it's not as though every time they go there, there's no revenue generated. They generate revenue out of the carts. But just keep in mind, there's only so many 8-minute slots in a day. And I know Josh is going to shrink down the leagues. So reality, if he says these days, these times, once those leagues fill up, no one else will be able to get them. And there's not a lot of people who play 4 leagues or even 3 leagues. Most people at the most play 2 and most play 1, you know? So you get whatever you do. I just think that this would be fair to the people that have been playing golf at Freer Park when it was really crappy.
Yeah.
And now that it's great, we want to penalize for the time they want to come out and enjoy the course when they're putting their money up front to pay for their season. And, I can understand Josh's question. I'm sure that you guys got to do what you got to do. I'm just telling you from a golfer perspective, it's kind of like a little slap in the face after raising a raise. And it's not that much revenue to have to do that. But if you don't want to pass the amendment,
Council President?
let's get a vote.
I'm going to put it to a vote.
I just have one more
Yep.
note.
Councilmember Cummings.
You've convinced me, since you're the only golfer in the room right now. I think given that we're already making a bunch of changes to the leagues, we don't need to make this change this year. Obviously, we still have a few months before the season opens, and given that it doesn't have a major budget impact that hasn't been pre-calculated, I'm okay with moving it forward right now. I will say for Josh, obviously we still have time to amend this before the season opens if there's a major problem with this. But since you're the one in the room right now, I trust your expertise on it, Jim. So thanks for bringing it forward, and I'm happy to support it.
Okey doke. I'm going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
On the amendment, yes.
On the amendment, this is striking out E. Did you say yes?
I did, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I am going to say yes, and I'm not a golf person, so I am relying on the expertise of the other one in this room that is out there all the time, and I will support this.
Councilmember Steele.
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
And Council President Mantello is an aye. Thank you for bringing that to our attention on the amended ordinance 92. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. We're going to do slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Steele.
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Council President Mantello, very quickly, I must tell you, I was very apprehensive at these fees. I did do a little homework and did compare it to other municipal golf course fees. We are a little bit lower. They were raised last year into this year, so this will be the second year in a row that they are being raised, which, kind of concerns me. But saying that with the upgrades of the course and the way the course is, the condition that it's in right now, I am going to support this at this point. And by taking out that language, I think it does encourage some senior citizens mostly who, might play in 2 or 3 leagues. I can't even get to 1 league right now. And Councilmember Gully, I think golf's enough for all 7 of us. So I'm going to vote in favor. And once again, thanks for raising that issue, Councilmember Gully. So ordinance 92 carries 7-0 with the amendments. Mara, let's go to ordinance 93. Ordinance amending chapter 188 and chapter 247 of the Tri-City Code. Councilmember Cummings at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion. This is the pay-as-you-throw, amending chapter 188 and adding in the pay-as-you-throw.
President?
Yep, Councilmember Cummings.
As folks know, I've been a vocal proponent of this plan. I think it is the best plan to keep trash costs down for all the residents in the city, as well as more fairly distribute costs. That being said, I do have some concerns about some of the secondary side effects. And I know the council was not included in the structuring of this program from the beginning. And so I think that's an important thing to do, to include the council a little bit more in the design of the program. And so I would like to motion to refer it to the General Services Committee for some further review and amendment. So I'll make a motion to refer it.
Second.
Okay, so there is a motion to refer ordinance 93 back to committee, the General Services Committee. I do want to make note that obviously by pulling this, it will have an impact on the budget. And I know that Andy has worked all weekend, 24/7, and over the past 4 or 5 days to amend the budget to reflect the pay-as-you-throw being taken out. I do have a question on this motion to refer to committee, because obviously the council minority has come out opposing the pay-as-you-throw. The council majority has stated, and we received an email, that you do plan to implement this in 2022. What is the council majority's kind of timeline? You want to refer it back to General Services. Do you plan to try to pass this before 2021? Do you plan to kind of go into 2021? Why don't you give us an idea before we vote on this, please?
Yeah. So, I mean, I want to make sure we give it the time it needs to get it right. If it can be before 2021, sure, but there's a lot of holidays in between. My guess is it would be in the first few months of 2021 that we could move it forward. But that will depend on a lot of the discussion that happens around it. I will say, I continue to think we don't want to be building a trash system on the shaky foundation that it is now. And so it is important to get it passed and to get it in place, so that you'll see in our budget recommendations include the hiring of the recycling coordinator roughly mid-year. And I think that will be critically important to have the framework for this in place, so that those positions will be able to really roll it out and have a much more developed and fully educated rollout than what we saw this year. And so, yeah, I don't want to see it continuing through most of next year, but if we can get it done in, by April or so, I'd be happy. I think that would give the administration plenty of time to roll it out in a much more considered manner.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second on the discussion, then I'm going to do slow roll to refer it back to GS. Councilmember Steele.
I just wanted to say that I think this will give us an opportunity to improve communicating within the community. I think there's been, unfortunately, a lot of misinformation that's gone out, and judgments have been made without the full picture. So this gives us an opportunity to work on that, and also to give us some options to tweak it, perhaps, if necessary, and give us a chance to hear from others in the field as well as our constituents. So I think this is a great compromise.
Okay, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I just would like to say that we've heard from many of our constituents, and Councilman Zalewski, you had stated many of your constituents, and Councilwoman Steele, and many of us in our districts have heard from our constituents how they do not want this. And we were elected to office to listen to our constituents and to try and work with our constituents. The pay-as-you-throw, in my opinion, at this time is not going to help our constituents. We have a garbage issue. We need to get our constituents on board as far as putting their garbage in cans and picking up their properties and so forth. And by saying to them, hey, we don't care about that, we're just going to start charging you for bags now too. I think that's just a message right now we shouldn't be sending. I think we should be looking at fixing what is broken before we try to start charging more. So I'm just not going to be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Further discussion?
Yeah, Council President?
Councilmember Zaluski.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Councilperson Ash McPherson is saying is correct. There's been a lot of public opposition to the plan as it was presented because it was presented quickly. The council did not have involvement in developing the plan, and we were surprised by it. Like when we got the 2021 proposed budget, we're like, oh wow, pay as you throw's in there. That being said, at the last meeting, I think we all agreed. Everyone that spoke had something good to say about pay as you throw, because the principle of pay as you throw is that you're paying for the garbage that you produce, and that we don't want some citizens subsidizing the garbage output and costs of other citizens. So it's the same thing it's the same concept as our water usage, our electricity usage, sewer usage, that you pay for what you actually use, which is very, very fair to everyone in the city. And I feel like we all agreed on that last time. We all said that is the fair way to do it. But the problem is it was rolled out too quickly. Maybe the bag system is not the best system to use. Maybe we need more research into that. Like Councilperson Steele said, we might need to tweak the program. So the whole intent here is we're not forcing it on everyone today. We're taking a breather, and we're saying that we want to, first of all, we want to put it into committee and let the General Services Committee spearhead this process. Basically, we want the council to take ownership of pay as you throw, because we've heard from our constituents. We're the ones that are connected to all of the residents. So, let's be involved in that process. Let's spearhead the process, and let's make this program work. If we agree on that standard principle that it is more fair to pay for the garbage that you produce and to encourage recycling, but we all know that the city is paying zero for recycling. That's amazing. Like that, a lot of municipalities pay for their recycling in addition to their trash. The city of Troy doesn't pay for recycling. So it's a benefit across the board to try and move this forward. And you don't have to buy into it 100% right now. We're all going to learn about it. But I think it's our duty as representatives of the people to become educated on this and to help educate others. Just saying, well, people are just going to throw their garbage anywhere. That excuse can't hold. We've got to we've got to be leaders in the city and move the city into a system that is more fair, that cuts down on our waste stream, that will actually lower costs for the city and ultimately lower costs for our residents. Because we've already heard that I think 9% of our residents are actually recycling at a level that they should be. That means you're looking at over 90% of the city is not recycling at a level that would actually save considerable money for the city. In the budget, I think we baked in over $100,000. Was it $200,000-$300,000 of savings to the city of Troy, which is savings to our citizens. So overall, the program has tons of benefits, but we need some time. And we need to communicate the benefits to our residents. We need to hear their concerns about it. And I think that's what Councilman Cummings is saying, that through the committee process, we can be leaders in this and help move it forward in the proper manner.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Further discussion. I'm going to take a slow roll.
Council President.
Yep, Councilmember Gully.
I'm just going to say that I can appreciate the fact that we need to take this, dissect it, and put it out the right way. Sending it to General Services, we have to find out where it's going to go from there. If this is just a rush to get it out of here, to put it in services, to bring it back to a meeting, that won't do us any good. But if it's a serious look at how we can adapt that program to the demographics of Troy, how we can engage an educational system that would allow us to grow it to a point that is successful, I would like to see that communication keep going. However, I want to impress the fact that I do not believe in legislating it for a start date in 2022. I do believe in registering a start date to get our sanitation program and our problems out there cleaned up as much as we can, whether it be whether it be more work in sanitation or more education towards the residents to get them to understand what the value is of putting away their garbage properly. And I think we have to start with looking at how they process that garbage. We have 100 different garbage cans out there that we can't touch, that we need to work on too. So in the same conversation as this program, I think it should expand out to also how do we cure the lack of knowledge on the residents' part to follow programs that are instituted that can help the city and can help us become more financially strengthful in those departments. So I just think that it's important, but I do want to hear further discussion as to how this pay-as-you-throw system will be tried to transition to fit our city.
Process-wise, it would have to come back to finance ultimately anyway because of the financial implications. Saying that, since pay-as-you-throw was talked about, and I'm talking like it was talked about when the garbage fee was first imposed, and we all know that initially that was temporary, then it went permanent, and here we are today. And unfortunately, what we are seeing is escalated illegal dumping throughout the city. And so what I did, I contacted various municipalities, some who actually had the pay-as-you-throw, and then the residents of that particular community, this was in another state, a number of residents in various communities ended up defeating the pay-as-you-throw. And I think when pay-as-you-throw, kind of through my research, it was real hot in the late 90s, really hot in the early 2000s. And literally lately, it's gotten a little cooler enthusiasm. And one of the reasons is primarily the illegal dumping. The cost, I'm not sold on the cost. And the folks that I have talked to, from various municipalities, the renters are really, really having a tough time. And I think with our demographics here in the city of Troy and our landscape with so many renters, what I've been hearing from our constituency, and these are, very, strong folks who recycle every day, they compost, they're not in favor of pay-as-you-throw because of the impact that this potentially will have on renters. And I did, just to kind of get a feel, I'm trying to look at this very open-minded. I spoke to some landlords. And, my fear is that the landlords that are out of town, they're not, as they aren't right now, going to keep track of their tenants who unfortunately are not abiding by our rules and are dumping various places, our boulevards, et cetera, our alleyways. And then you have the good landlords, and the good landlords are essentially telling me, Carmela, I'm having a tough time getting my tenants to adhere to the present, recycling, the present rules that are in effect. And, I'm buying bins, or I'm buying the trash cans, I'm buying garbage bags. And he's like, so now, essentially you're saying, go ahead, kind of put it on the renters, but ultimately we all know it's going to go on the landlords. So I really see a problem in terms of the enforcement of this. One of the other things was, after researching this, some of the surrounding municipalities were finding that people were illegally dumping in other municipalities just because eventually, the buy-in, so to speak, just kind of wore out. So from the constituents that I'm hearing from, and, as mentioned earlier, don't get me wrong, on paper, pay-as-you-throw looks good. Okay, let's save money, let's aggressively recycle, incentivize people, get them to recycle more, bring down the tipping fees, and ultimately your bill is going to go down. But in practice, that's not happening. And I find the city of Troy, very difficult in complying with the pay-as-you-throw. And additionally, we had talked about maybe trying to do a pilot program in a couple neighborhoods, potentially to, kind of see if we could get a couple neighborhoods. But the real problem is, I think, when you get into the multi-units, especially when you get into District 2, and I have a number up here with Councilmember Steele in my neighborhood, 2 families, but we're okay on recycling. But saying that, I just don't see it meshing. And in my research, I'm very, very concerned of the illegal dumping. And I do thank the council majority for at least, taking a step back and, ultimately, trying to listen to your constituents. But I just am not buying the pay as you throw. I'd like to see more aggressive recycling, incentivizing, education. But I'm just not sold on the pay as you throw yet. So saying that, I'm not going to vote for this amendment to put it back to general services, because I'm just not in favor of pay as you throw right now. But obviously you have the votes and I understand that, but I wanted to explain my reasoning. Thank you. Further discussion? Okay, we'll
Council
do
President?
quick. Yep, council members.
At some point, because you keep mentioning these cities or towns that have pay as you throw and that they decide that they don't want anymore. Can you make that research available to all of us?
Yep, I did send a link last week in terms of outside of state, and I did tap into one of the who I won't state, but one of our solid waste swap, our committee. And they did also send me some contacts and some information. So, when you refer it back to GS, obviously it's going to get flushed out in there. And obviously we can all share our information.
Yeah.
Council President,
obviously, if there are pitfalls.
Councilman Zaluski, that's the information that was from 2006.
Yeah.
That was what
Zaluski has the floor, Deputy Mayor, and then Councilmember Steele. Councilmember Zaluski.
Yeah, so if there are pitfalls, we want to be aware of that. And I think, that's exactly why the committee process makes a lot of sense. In fact, your reasoning, you're saying that there's issues in municipalities that have implemented it. You should probably support moving it to general services, because that's the best place to have that discussion, where all of this, we should all contribute to that discussion to understand where we might be going wrong and where we should shift our attention to. Like if there's particular aspects of the program, again, to use the word that Council Person Steele used, to tweak the program, there's no better place than, within committee using all this evidence. And I could just, I've done some web searches myself on it. It looks like the municipalities that adopt it, the people really love it. In fact, I've decided not to argue too much with my constituents over it, because I get it. I understand we put it out there very quickly, and we as council people weren't overly educated in it, so it's hard to try and pass that along to constituents, and we're still learning. But anyway, I don't. We don't have to. I'm going to be.
We all have our votes. We all have our opinions. I don't support it. So, yeah. Councilmember Steele.
I think we should move on with the vote.
Yeah.
I thank you for that. I was ready to do that. So a further discussion. Okay, Councilmember Gully.
Lots more discussion at the general services.
Councilmember Gully.
I think that we have a lot to learn and a lot to adjust to see if we can consider a pay-as-you-throw system that would be of value to our city. I can't slam a door until I have all the information. You guys know that. So I'm going to say yes to bring it to general services.
Councilmember Ashton McPherson.
I'm going to say no.
Councilmember Steele.
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Council President Mantello, for the reasons I stated earlier. And I understand we're going to get into, before we move on, some really, really deep amendments later. We need to respect each other's vote. And just because we might not agree, it's okay. It's healthy. Saying that, I just am not for pay-as-you-throw. I'm not for it for 2022, and I'm voting no. But the motion to move it back to general services does pass 5-2. Thank you.
Council President, just a programming note there for the public who have tuned in. That does mean it is not planned to take effect in 2021.
Correct. Well, I mean, it is in general services. Obviously, if it was expedited, it's not dead. So, you know, technically,
Right.
It's in general services. It's, you know, obviously going to be discussed, et cetera. But the majority did say.
That intention clear. I don't want to mislead people. I know there's lots of confusing information on the internet about this. So I do want to make it clear that the plan is not to have this take effect until 2022 at the earliest.
Okay, but you know, obviously that's not in the legislation either.
Sure.
Okay,
Right.
moving on. Ordinance 93 is moved to general services. We'll move now to resolution 113. So if we could move to resolution 113, and I'll give folks some time to get situated. All right. Bear with me, I'm just pulling up. Okay. All right, this is a resolution adopting the mayor's recommended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2021, or adopting an amended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2021. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. What we are going to do, we have an email that I'll refer everyone to that Andy sent this morning at 10:52, which includes several amendments that have been proposed for the, several amendments that have been proposed for the 2021 budget. We have the minority who have put forward several amendments, which I'll talk about in a minute. We have the majority also who have put forward several amendments, and stating that Andy has given us a schedule to go by. Andy, I'm trying to pull that up. Why is my, okay, there it is. My first copy was blank. So process-wise, what we had talked about doing, and I'm hoping that council members are good with this, is we actually received after the committee meetings potential amendments from the administration. And then we have amendments proposed by the minority and then amendments by the majority. What I would like to do is vote individually on these amendments, and you'll see them in order, which Andy has given to us in Schedule A. So if we could refer to that, and just very, very quickly on the discussion, I just want to very quickly explain the minority's goal here. You know, as many folks know, we felt very strongly that going into 2021 in uncharted waters and unprecedented and challenging times with COVID, as we know, a lot of people aren't back to work. A lot of folks are home right now, some working from home. We tried to do everything humanly possible to ease the burden on the taxpayers and residents in the city. So our proposal really goes back to a very, very thin and very conservative budget. Many of the positions that we decided to not fill have not been filled all year. some due to COVID, some just not filled, but the majority due to COVID. We did not eliminate the funding for all of those positions, recognizing that some of the departments do need various folks out there, laborers, drivers, and some other folks. We support the mayor's proposed youth coordinator. We also support the mayor's proposed $125,000 for demolition of buildings. We do not support the $250,000 for the updated reassessment. And while I know the majority is cutting that in half, we propose eliminating the funding for that fully over the next year of $250,000, recognizing that even though, we'll do half and half, I think it's important to keep whatever reassessment is done in a whole fashion. I wasn't happy with the 2013 reassessment. We all saw a number of certioraries in the following years. I feel strongly if this is going to be done, push it to 2022 totally and not do kind of a half and half job. So that's number one. Number two, freezing the unfilled positions. Number three, another major proposal of ours was to utilize that savings to hire 2 community police officers. That cost with benefits is about 70 grand, with the benefits 40-something thousand starting salary. The reasoning behind that was to get 4 community police officers in 4 zones. We only have 2 right now, north and south. So Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Gully, and I talked about it. And so that was a big proposal of ours to get 2 more on board. So we have a CP, community police officer in each of the zones. And even recognizing, I did speak to the PBA and other folks, we might not get those folks on board until say June, July, maybe even a little bit later. Who knows if we were able to get a lateral, but saying that there's certainly even a little bit of savings of that hiring. So what was our fourth, the biggie, the pay as you throw, we did take out, and stating that Councilmember Gully put a lot of time into looking at the taking out of the pay as you throw. And we do thank the administration for working with us on that. And all in all, our savings is approximately $370,000, even with the 2 hiring of the community police officers, and to shift that to the annual fee right now, bring that annual fee of maybe a little over 200 back down to 180, so folks aren't seeing an increase. We just really felt going into 2021 and not knowing what is going to happen in 2021, that it was incumbent upon us to keep the budget very tight, address the unprecedented COVID challenging times we're in, but at the same time, keep some of the unfilled positions filled. For instance, the laborers, we are proposing to hire 2 laborers, and a number of other areas. So I'm going to just real quick turn it over, and then you guys can talk about yours, because then we can just go one by one. But I want to turn it over to my colleagues, Councilmember Ash McPherson and Councilmember Gully real quick, and then we'll turn it over to the majority. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Gully, if you just want to add anything I left out.
I just want to add a thank you to the administration for helping us through with numbers and working in sometimes 2 different directions at the same time. I know that we had very much communication with them to bring this fee down to what we would consider a reasonable fee that wouldn't really statically slow down the city by not allowing some growth there. I think that we did a great job together to get it to a point that I felt very comfortable with. I know that we had tried to exercise that point to bring down to 180. And in doing that, I see that that number was achievable through the methodology that you brought. I just sometimes have a hard time when we starve a city sometimes of the necessary process to move forward. I'm excited to see what comes out of tonight, and I'm hoping that we can find the right piece that makes it work. But again, I want to go back to the help and the coordination from our comptroller. I almost said deputy comptroller, Andy, but our comptroller. And also, I'd like to say it was nice to not have him jump out of his skin at me for the many phone calls I had to make. So thank you very much. And I appreciate all the effort of everybody that was involved.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully and Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I'm going to reserve my comments for after. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. And now I'll just turn over to the majority, kind of just give a bigger picture of your proposals, and then we'll start slamming away. Thank you.
Council President, I don't need to give a big review of what we're doing. It's very straightforward, and I think what we'll do is we'll talk about each amendment as we hit it. But it's, you know, what we're doing is very straightforward. We're kind of splitting the difference on the two big programs. The administration had proposed pay as you throw and the assessment update as probably the two big programs of 2021. We are delaying one of them and implementing one, or somewhat implementing one. So it's basically a compromise to you know, what you guys are doing. Actually, a lot of what we're doing is kind of like in the middle of, you know, where you're at. A lot of your proposals are basically eliminating positions by not funding, or not eliminating them, but just not funding positions for 2021. Whereas, you know, our strategy is to realize savings by delaying the hires of those positions. And a lot of that was in consultation with the various departments to understand how eliminating a particular position would affect the department versus just holding off on, and how far they could go without that position until that department had felt that they really needed the position available to them. So overall, I think our approaches are very similar, and you know, we'll get into the specifics as we go down the list.
Mute sounds good. And, you know, I do want you to know our strategy by not funding those positions is they've gone all year unfilled, and saying that a couple of them were fairly newer positions. So we'll talk about that when we get to them. But, you know, our strategy is we don't even know when City Hall's reopening. So, all right, we'll get into it. And the first, we'll say number, let's see, Andy, I guess I just want to clarify, we're going to start out with number 10, correct?
No.
Why?
I would prefer to, if it was my preference, I would prefer to start with general fund, get general fund entirely done, and then go to garbage.
I apologize. Yeah, unfortunately, it's on my iPhone. I couldn't get it onto the laptop because I'm on Zoom, and for some reason, the two won't work together. Okay, so we will go to Schedule A 2021 General Fund. We have number 1, the Assessor's Office Consultant Services. We have Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Gully's proposed amendment. And our proposed amendment is to take out the $250,000 and remove the assessment update from 2021 totally. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. On the discussion, as mentioned earlier, I don't believe that this would be productive doing in a half and half situation, especially considering the 2013 fallout from the full assessment. And we are recommending folks are going to be in a very tough situation. If school taxes are raised on some folks, they have to pay it by June. It will certainly have an impact on those folks. So we're recommending eliminating the reassessment update. Further discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
the realistic reason why I think we should wait to 2022 is we're in a better spot with the MAC funding. So we're moving into a better area for the city. And right this year, we could use that 125,000 for something a little more impacting. And I don't think we're not gonna, it's not gonna be a big variance of difference in the money that we make off of it. Because as Andy said, if 1/3 is high, 1/3 is low, 1/3 in the middle, that's a push. So for that minimum amount of effort, I don't think that, waiting to 2022 when we have additional funding would push us that far negatively that we couldn't, come out of it. But I think that this year, again, I know I hate to repeat this stuff because we'll probably hear it all night long, but without knowing what our future brings, I'd rather be a little safe than sorry. So that was my thought behind pulling in 250.
Yeah. And, it's reality. COVID is here. We are still in the heart of it, and it doesn't look like some things are going to open up for quite a while. And if they do, we can always revisit some of our proposals, not the reassessment, but some of the positions. And we talked about that. All right, further discussion? Slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Steele.
Nay.
Councilmember Cummings.
All right, and to unmute. Also, no. I'll talk about my reasons in the next section.
Yep. Councilmember Zaluski.
No.
Councilmember McDermott, sorry.
No.
Council President Mantello, aye. The first budget amendment fails by a vote of 4-3. We'll go on to the second budget amendment, and that second budget amendment is sponsored by Council Members Zaluski, Steele, McDermott, Cummings, half and half, as mentioned earlier. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Council Member Cummings. Discussion.
Council President.
Council Member Zaluski.
So it's pretty obvious what we're doing here. We're taking the assessment update, which we feel is a necessity for the city, and we can talk more about that in a little bit. But rather than spending the full $250,000 in budget year 2021, we're splitting it between both years. We feel it'll probably take time to get the consultant on board, to jumpstart the process. And by the time everything's underway, it'll probably be sometime later in 2021 anyway. So we want to commit to the full assessment update because, again, we do believe in that. But in consultation with the administration, we determined that we could split this and it would not have a significant impact on the actual process of updating our assessment roles, but would bring us some savings for the 2021 budget. Now, in terms of the assessment update, and again, I want to be clear, this is not, it's not a citywide reassessment. This is an assessment update. As Council President Mantello mentioned, we had a citywide reassessment in 2013. It was the first one in 40 or 50 years. Our assessment roles were horribly out of whack, which is extremely unfair to the citizens of Troy when certain people are grossly underpaying and other folks are grossly overpaying. So the whole intent of the citywide reassessment in 2013 was to bring fairness and equity to our assessment roles. Part of that process, however, required that the city would maintain those roles. I thought it was once every 5 years minimum that we needed to update them. That would have been in 2018. We should have had an assessment update, and we did not. We're now in 2020, and we have now seen in our most recent tax bills our equalization rate finally dropped. That's not good. We don't want to be in a position where we're not at a 100% market valuation, and we're now at that point. It's now starting to affect our property valuations and the taxes that we pay. So the entire intent here, and to, again, I want to just squelch any rumors. This is not an attempt to bring in extra money to the city. This doesn't affect the pot of tax money in any way. All it does is it takes the same pot and divides it differently based on current sales data. This is why the actual cost is much less than the cost of the 2013 assessment reassessment, because we're not going house by house and looking at properties and going inside and looking what people have. It literally just takes sales data, compares it to assessments, and takes areas of the city and updates those assessments across the city. I can tell you there are some neighborhoods in this city now that are overassessed and those taxpayers, I know we always think about the folks where their assessments are going to go up, and so, oh, it's not a good time to have their assessments go up. It's probably never a good time for people to have their assessments go up. No matter when you reassess someone, if their assessment goes up, it's never a good time. However, we also have to think about the thousands of residents in the city who are overassessed right now and need those assessments to go down. Ultimately, it just comes down to fairness. It's very, very similar in concept to pay as you throw, which is also about fairness. And unfortunately, we're not implementing that particular fairness policy for 2021. But in this case, we do have the opportunity to implement another policy that brings fiscal fairness across our city, which is why the majority feels strongly that we need to proceed with this, but we can still realize half the savings in budget year 2021. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion. I'm going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
No.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
No.
Councilmember Steele.
In voting for this, I agree. It's a matter of equity. It is important for us to keep our assessment rolls current. And I think this is a great, again, another area of compromise. And operationally, it makes sense to split it in 2 years. That apparently it wouldn't be able to be accomplished in 1 year anyway. So I'm grateful we've realized 125,000 savings. Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski.
No, Councilperson Cummings.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Cummings. Thank you.
Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Council President Mantello, I feel very strongly we're in the middle of a pandemic and we're going to be messing around with people's taxes. I find this insulting to the taxpayers, and I do not take it lightly. If the whole goal is to have this happen, let's do it in 2022. Let's leave it alone for 2021. Realize a $250,000 savings, because you're not going to accomplish it in 2021 anyway. So saying that 250 could have saved the taxpayers, instead we're going to mess with their taxes in the middle of a pandemic, I vote no. The amendment passes 4-3. All right. Let's go to, I apologize, now the BIS. We have a proposal, Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Gully. This is to unfund a position that has not been funded all year for data communications analyst. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Without benefits, this is $57,207. With the benefits at 30% on top of that, roughly. So you're talking a substantial savings to the taxpayers of a position that's been unfilled all year. If the administration, if we were to come out of COVID next year, We could do a budget transfer to allow the hiring if this position was truly, truly necessary. It's been unfilled all year. The minority would like to continue in 2021 to leave it unfilled. Therefore, that savings, further discussion.
Council President.
Councilmember Cummings.
We had some debate about this position because you're right, it has been unfilled for some time. And what we came down on is that while it has been unfilled, we're seeing more and more requirements because of COVID on the BIS department. And we see some real need for this is the 21st century, and there's a lot of work to do. We're seeing residents that are demanding more and more digital services. We're seeing residents that aren't. Right now we have City Hall closed to the public. We need to be modernizing our services. While the datacom analyst position itself, as it had been, may be changing, the importance of staffing up that department so that they're really able to modernize our City Hall is critical and timely. And despite the pandemic, I see it as a critically important position to move forward with in the coming year.
Thank you. Further discussion? We'll do a slow roll. If not, Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Steele.
No.
Councilmember Cummings.
No.
Councilmember Zaluski.
No.
Councilmember McDermott.
No.
Council President Mantello. I'm just going to say a blanket statement. As someone that oversaw 600 people in a very labor-intensive agency for several years, you can find justification for every position. You can find justification for new positions. However, as I continue saying, we are in unprecedented times. There's a freeze right now in agencies. There's a freeze in the executive branch. You know why? Because we do not know where 2021 is leading. Many municipalities have frozen non-essential positions. We can qualify any position in here as essential. I get it. But at the same time, we have to show some restraint. And the minority feels very, very strongly about this. We have not had this analyst on board all year. City Hall's not open. I get it. We're going to be leaning more and more on technology, maybe over in 2021. To even get someone on board is going to have obstacles and challenges without even being open. But you guys are saying, let's hire someone March or April, save a little bit of money. We might not even be open by then. I vote aye. The amendment fails 4-3. We will now go to the majority's amendment, and that is actually, you guys do nothing with that particular amendment. Let's go to the next one. We have defer hiring. I apologize. Yep, defer hiring. There was a line, my iPhone. Okay, we have Councilmember Zaluski, Councilmember Steele, Councilmember McDermott, and Councilmember Cummings, a proposed amendment to defer the hiring until July 1st, 2021. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion?
Council President.
Yep, Councilmember Zaluski.
Again, this is very simple, very similar to what you did. You cut the funding for the entire year. We're cutting it for half a year. We're doing that because the department, the BIS, indicated that they really would like to have someone on board. Actually, technically, they wanted someone starting by May 1st. We pushed that out purposely to July. We're forcing them to get by for another couple months without someone, even though the load on that department is only going to go up. And in terms of the notion that COVID is still with us, absolutely, the disease is with us. It's on the rise right now. We're not just experiencing; we're experiencing it across the United States right now. We also see that hopefully a vaccine is going to be out fairly soon. So either way, if the economy improves and if City Hall operations get back up to a full staffing, then it makes sense to have the datacom analyst. But if we do remain in this quote unquote COVID budget through 2021, as a councilperson Cummings stated, technology is absolutely critical in keeping things running, especially with a remote workforce. I see that in my own work at the State Senate. Many of our offices, I think yourself, Council President Mantello, your office, all the offices have remote workers now. That's putting a strain on my department at the Senate. I'm technology, by the way, and we are busier than ever because of the remote workforce and the requirements placed on technology. So this is again a compromise to get someone working there for a half the year. It's not what the department wanted. The department wanted someone starting sooner than that, but we're giving them someone just a little bit later. Seems to be reasonable to me and necessary in order to keep technology going in the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Quick question: has the Senate hired new people with all the technological needs in the Senate? I'm curious.
Yep. Yeah, the Senate has hired people since COVID. If that's what you're asking, yes, there have been hires. Yes.
How many?
In our department, I think 4, but don't quote me on that.
Okay. Thank you. Further discussion? We'll take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully,
No.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
No.
Councilmember Steele,
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
To explain my vote, I do think 6 months is too long a delay for this position, but it's what we can get right now. So I will vote aye.
Councilmember Zaluski,
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Council President Mantello. If the majority felt that strongly, much like this past year, we could always do a budget amendment. We don't know where we're going to be in June and July. Apparently, you want to get this person on board to get working, but we're going to be out of COVID. A little bit conflicting messages there, but saying that we feel very strongly, you went a whole year, even during the heart of the pandemic from March until today, without this analyst, we can go another year. And if we needed that person desperately, like we have in the past, we could always work with the comptroller and the administration to do a budget amendment if it was needed that desperately. I vote no.
Council President?
Yep.
Just a programming note. We're on number 4 here. So I'm hoping we don't need to summarize all the arguments every time.
If
Obviously,
that's-
there's a tremendous amount of debate that needs to be had, and we'll have that. But there's a lot to
Councilmember
discuss.
Cummings, honestly, I am not going to deter any council member from talking, discussing. If we're here 6 hours, we're here 6 hours.
Great.
That particular amendment does pass 4-3. We will go to the next. This is laborers, and there's a proposal to hire 3 laborers in the mayor's budget after talking with various departments. And Councilmember Gully has talked to various folks. We propose to fill 2 laborers, leave 1 vacant for now, revisit it in May or June if need be. That is a savings of almost $38,000. Do I have a motion?
Council President?
Yes.
I'm sorry, before you move on, I don't know that it was explicitly said that the Social Security amendment was included in the permanent salaries amendment. Do we need to address that separately, or is that all right for you, Andy, to do them jointly?
Which ones? I'm sorry. I was
So
looking at something. I'm doing this in real time, so I'm sorry.
It's okay. We're doing them jointly, Andy, so we have not voted on the pension separately. Okay?
Correct. I am doing pension as you go, and it's going to have to be another amendment at the end.
Very good. That's what
Wait.
I thought, but I wanted, that's good.
Andy, you don't need the social security voted on either, right? Because you have two.
No,
like-
Social Security is part of the amendments,
Okay.
so I'm treating it as one vote
Very good.
on both.
Yep.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I'm writing the amendments up based on what Andy has put in the notes field. So you'll notice that the permanent salary and the Social Security both have the same note. So, for example, the last one was a motion to defer hiring of the data communications analyst. That encompasses both the salary and the Social Security.
Perfect.
Perfect. Very good. All right. We now, Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Gully's amendment. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? We'll take.
Council President,
Councilmember Gully, sorry.
I've had numerous conversations on this position, this third labor for the Park and Rec Department. And I'd like to offer, well, no, I wouldn't. Listen, I would like to offer an amendment to put it back in at a later date, but I realize we don't have the votes and I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Understood. And at a later date, the third labor can be added, but it's not going to pass anyway. So,
In our amendment, Jim.
Councilmember Gully, your vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Yes.
Councilmember Steele,
No,
Councilmember Cummings,
No.
Councilmember Zaluski,
No.
Councilmember McDermott,
No.
Council President Mantello, aye. The amendment fails 4-3. We will now go to the majority, defer hiring 2 laborers until March 1st. Council members Zaluski, Steele, McDermott, and Cummings. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council members Zaluski. Do I have a second?
second,
Second, Council member Steele. Discussion.
Council President,
Councilmember Gully, then Councilmember Zaluski.
may I ask if it would be proper to skip slow rolls since we already know what the count will be?
You can, just in case, Councilmember Gully, and for Mara, she isn't on the video. She's only hearing it. So for the votes.
No, I can see everybody. I can see everybody.
Ian?
You
All
can't
right.
see me, but I can see you.
Okay, so I will on some not do slow roll, but on some I will. Thank
I
you.
respect and understand that.
Thank you. Councilmember Gully. I'm sorry, Councilmember Zaluski.
First of all, to address Councilman Gully, definitely agree. For most of these, they're pretty straightforward and we know how they're going to go. So if the absence of a roll call helps to speed it up, I support that. This one, not much to say. We're just deferring these laborers for a couple months to realize approximately $12,500 of savings.
Okay, further discussion.
Council President,
Councilmember Gully.
question for Monica. Monica, these workers in the delay to March, is that a fairly reasonable month? Or is this something where we use them, maybe a little later in the year, coming in April and May, going into the park areas? I'm just wondering if maybe we could delay it a couple more months and maybe save a little money if they're not being utilized at that time, or if March is a time where they're actively involved in the activities for Park and Rec.
So the budget had 3 vacant positions. If you recall, as the time of the budget, 1 position was actually a retirement throughout the year, and then we left it COVID. We had to do a payout for it, and then we left it unfilled just due to COVID. The other 2 positions were actually part of the agreement that we had with the Knickerbocker Association last year. They were added to the budget. Due to COVID, they were not filled. That was a part of our budget modifications for that as well. When when asked about this, the suggestion came that potentially March for 2 of the positions. The third one we would like to hire. The third one we'd like to hire. Obviously, Parks and Rec helps out with snow removal throughout the parks, as well as with all the other maintenance items during the winter as well too. Generally, once March hits and April, if the weather cooperates, we start getting some leftover leaves, fence lines, getting ready for spring cleanup, and those kinds of activities. So also keep in mind that we have expanded parks at this point in time. Powers Park was recently renovated. Maybe not as much maintenance up there. We have the 7th and Ingalls Park, which is going to need to be prepped for opening in the spring, as well as the new pool, and also Riverfront Park and the River Walk itself. So any help that the Parks Department can get to help do this, as well as even getting the Ingalls Avenue boat launch ready for April so that we can get it launched and ready to go.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I have a question for the deputy mayor. Where in the budget, maybe Andy can point to it, and how much do we outsource our parks? I know that we've been pretty heavy on companies outside doing many of our parks. How much is going toward that?
It's in the consulting line, but I think it's under, I don't know, is that under this, under facilities, or is that under parks? And it's actually only Riverfront Park gets mowed, and then also the 2 cemeteries, the 2 Mount Ida cemeteries. That's it. They take care of the other 26 parks throughout the city of Troy.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
Amendment carries 4-3. Mara? We're gonna head on to the parking supervisor. The minority proposes a position that's been unfunded throughout 2021. It was developed in February of 2021, has been unfilled. It's a parking supervisor. We are proposing to unfund this position for 2021, and potentially if COVID does get on the back burner, maybe in June or July, take a look at it. But right now we are proposing to unfund it for 2021 for savings of close to 59 K is the position, throw about 30% with benefits and social on top of that. So do I have a motion?
motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion?
Council President,
Councilmember Gully.
Monica, could you give us a description of the job duties and direction that you're looking to put this supervisor into position for?
Yep, I'm going to read you the job description that was approved through the civil service at a public meeting previously. The title is Parking Operations Supervisors. The typical work activities on the job descriptions are responsible for oversight of parking within the city, including but not limited to parking lots, parking garages, and parking meters. And that is throughout the entire city, not just downtown. Supervises parking enforcement personnel, works with various departments to troubleshoot parking issues, works with outside vendors on improvements to parking, coordinates questions, concerns, and/or complaints regarding parking, and directs information and/or correction to the appropriate department, responds to issues, concerns, and public complaints on related parking enforcement and parking facility issues, develops and coordinates special parking enforcement programs, including special event parking, and provided related liaison with event coordinators, develops and recommends parking policies and procedures and related enhancements, maintains data and performs research of departmental and regulatory reports, assists in the repair and maintenance of parking meters, performs related work as required. Good knowledge of the parking industry, knowledge of moderate computer programs currently used in the parking industry, ability to prepare reports, ability to plan and lay out the work of others, good knowledge in parking enforcement, ability to communicate effectively orally and in writing, mental alertness, physical condition commensurate with the demands of the positions.
Councilmember Gully, your floor.
Can you just give me what your objective was when you hired him? What was your focus and what direction did you want to send him? I know those are the job pieces, but when you were going to hire him, what was your focus on that?
So right now, the parking management is actually distributed amongst the planning department, the mayor's office, the comptroller's office, the treasurer's office, and the facilities department. And also the parking enforcement officers used to be underneath the direction of the community police officers, specifically the community policing bureau. They staged out of that department and then reported back to and from work. And there was also a lot of misinformation as to who was actually ultimately responsible for them at the end of the day. So the creation of the parking department was done this year so that we could better utilize and make it more efficient process. So this parking operations supervisor will take on the bulk of the duties, of which about 6 or 7 agencies and departments are doing at this point in time, and being able to create a more efficient, more streamlined process, but also be able to look at the new parking app that we're pulling out, looking at the online permitting program that we're working with, the parking amnesties, the parking complaints, hopefully being able to work with Matt Foley in regards to making a more efficient process with parking tickets, and then overall just management of the system as well. Unfortunately, we have too many people spread out trying to do a portion of the work at any given time. And it's a program, as you all know, because you've all gotten the complaints from constituents over the several years that you've been involved in this. It's time to actually put this together and make this a more efficient so that we can actually get a hold of what the parking is supposed to be and actually probably operate it more like the Albany Parking Authority, of which many people refer to, especially in permitting.
Further discussion?
I have one more question for Andy.
Sure.
Andy, with this position being filled, does this give you any budgetary advantage when it comes to the parking process and the parking program?
I think it creates a lot through the streamlining that Monica referenced. It creates a lot of operational efficiencies. I mean, Monica just listed all of the departments right now, and it's not like they have a hand in parking, but there's also the department head oversees a aspect of parking. It is far too spread out. I don't want to say but to manage it the right way, it is way too spread out right now. So at the end of the day, consolidating it under one person who has great knowledge of parking systems as a whole could lead to advancements in the future. And should lead to advancements in the future.
Sure.
Councilmember Gully. Further? You're good? Councilmember Cummings.
This was one that you almost got me on board with. I know that there will be some significant delays in a lot of the parking programs in the early part of next year. Hopefully we're able to get fully up and going later in the year. That being said, it sounds like we have already in process some really good talent in this position. And I know that there is more than enough to do in realigning the policies. I have heard massive complaints and concerns from constituents on this program over the years. And as noted, that's because it's spread out and there's not a single point of accountability or a single point that has the full vision in their head. And so while I also had some initial concerns about going forward with this right away, I look forward to working with the person in this position. And I think it will be actually tremendously helpful to have them have an opportunity to get the work under their belt and get, one of the things I've been noticing in the administration in the last couple months is that we've certainly seen some concerns and some questions about responsiveness to the immediate constituent concerns, but I'm also seeing a lot more progress on the long-term challenges that we face, the long-term thinking, which is what we really should be doing as a city. You can't always be doing triage. You can't always be reacting to the problem of the day. And I've been seeing a lot of inspiring work out of City Hall on that front of really thinking forward, not just for the next year, but for the next 10 years. And I think that's something that, for all of its horrors, COVID has given us a breather to be thinking a little bit more long term. And so, we have to take the blessings with the curses on that. And I think this is a position that is emblematic of that forward thinking.
Further discussion. I'm going to take slow roll on this one. Councilmember Gully,
Yes.
Councilmember Ashton McPherson,
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Steele,
No.
Councilmember Cummings,
No.
Councilmember Zaluski,
No, and to explain my vote, I will say ditto to everything that Councilman Cummings said. Very, very nicely put.
Councilmember McDermott,
No.
Council President Mantello. On this one, I get the strategy behind it. But saying that, we have a number of people in City Hall that clearly, I believe one of those folks can certainly take these duties on. And, one of the things, like I said, when I oversaw an agency, sometimes when things aren't being done in City Hall, the easy way out is to hire someone new so they can come in and do the job that should have been done for the past 2, 3, 4, 10 years. With this position, this is an administrative position. If you're telling me that there's not one person, because I know at the Canal Corporation, we were able to find people in our agency that were able to take on duties such as this. This is an operations, reporting, etc., managerial type of position. Saying that if we don't have someone in City Hall that can take those duties, I find that very, very shocking. And as I said, I know it's easier. Let's just hire someone. They can coordinate, combine, do it all. But sometimes we have to look within. And I truly believe that we have the ability to hire within on this one. We've gone 10 months now without this position being filled. 2021, the person clearly we were just told was just hired in the middle of a pandemic to oversee parking duties and parking lots, etc. I do believe that we could have found someone in City Hall to do this, one person coordinating. At the same time, if the deputy mayor and others felt we don't have someone, we could have relooked at it maybe in June or July. So saying that, I vote yes to continue on funding a position that hasn't been filled for 10 months now. The amendment fails 4-3. All right, we'll move on to the next one. This is planning technician, Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ashton McPherson, Councilmember Gully, and this is a planning technician that has also been unfilled over the past 10 months. We are proposing to continue not filling that position. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ashton McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second. I forgot.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, the amendment to not fill a planning technician that has been unfilled all year. It goes down for 3. We now have a majority proposal to defer the hiring of the planning technician until April 1st, 2021, saving about 11 grand. Council members Zaluski, Steele, McDermott, Cummings. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion?
Motion, Council members Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Council member Steele. Discussion.
Council President,
Council member Cummings, then Council member Zaluski.
as the chair of the planning committee, I try to make myself very aware of the operations of that department, and was opposed to any deferment even of this position. It's a critically important position that has really hurt the department to not have it filled over the last year. And that being said, I was convinced that given the complications of hiring in COVID, a deferment until March was, or I guess is end of March, was acceptable and would not further impede the department from where it already has been. You're muted.
Council member Zaluski.
Council President, I think I was going to basically say what Councilperson Cummings said, but again, this is a small amount of savings, but important nonetheless. This is again a delayed hiring to save approximately $11,000 to $12,000. I did speak to our planning commissioner, Steve Streichman. He feels that this position is critically important to the functioning of the department. He was okay, holding off for a few months, but the department really needs to have this planning tech in place. And I'll just say in just a more generic fashion that it is very easy because like you, I also manage, or used to manage employees. I still manage employees. It is easy to say, oh, we should just, do more with less. We have people already there. We can just have that person do a little bit more. At some point, you do reach the breaking point for a human being and what they can do. Now, it's very, I know we all enjoy saying government's bloated and, City of Troy is so bloated and they should just, cut back. The city has been cutting back over the past decade significantly. Staffing is down a lot from where it used to be, and they're still trying to provide the same level of service, and in fact, in some cases, more services than we have in the past. I do know I've had conversations with at least 2 employees who are doing multiple duties beyond their own title that feel that they are at the breaking point where they're just doing too much, they're staying late. And it's okay. We all understand. We're lucky to have jobs. Sometimes you stay late to do your job, but when it becomes the norm and not an exception, you gotta realize that human beings do need their home life away from work, and we can't put unnecessary expectations on our workforce. And these positions are, again, the planning tech. It's not a major position. It's someone that our planning commissioner feels strongly that he needs in order to do the work of the department. We're not there day to day to see exactly how they're working and what projects they're working through. We get a general idea as council people, but we're just part-timers. But we have to trust the folks in charge. Steve, Steve's a very, very capable person. I think we all would agree. And, he feels strongly that he needs more help and that this department has to grow because planning is just an integral part of the city of Troy. And like Councilperson Cummings said, as the chair of the planning committee, these are important decisions and important projects that that department works on. And it really does affect the direction that the city moves in. So we're taking it seriously. I don't think this is additional bloat. I think this is a necessary position, and we're realizing a little bit of savings again to delay the hiring. Thank you.
And further discussion, I'll add once again, the minority, when we looked at these were positions not filled all year. If they were as critical as being stated, they should have been filled at some point during the year. They weren't. They were funded, they weren't filled. Saying that, going into 2021, the minority's goal is to go into a COVID budget. There's freezes all over the state right now. There's businesses not open, but we're hiring people. We're hiring a parking operations manager. We're hiring a planning tech that was not hired all year. We're going to wait until April 1st, this proposal. Saying that, what we are saying, show some fiscal restraint. If the department heads, when we come out of this at some point, we can revisit these positions and we can do budget amendments. Saying that, you know my vote on this, but further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
No. 4-3, the amendment carries. All right, we'll go on to the community police. The minority, Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Gully, with our savings of over $500,000. We are proposing to use part of that to hire 2 community police officers, as mentioned earlier. And obviously they won't be on board immediately. The goal is to have a community police officer in each of the 4 zones. We've heard loud and clear from our constituents in North Central, the East Side, all throughout the city. Community police officers help quality of life issues in our neighborhoods, which ultimately the goal is to make our neighborhoods safer, to make them cleaner. The community police officers are a core in trying to achieve that goal. I know our 2 right now, they are just running ragged. They attend events, they attend neighborhood meetings, obviously due to COVID. Some of that is a little limited right now, but they're active in the community. If we can get 2 community police officers on board, have 1 in each zone, this would be a huge benefit to our neighborhoods, to our communities. And obviously, with our objective, with the governor's executive order, and with the objective of the city council group that was hired, the goal is to create more community policing in our neighborhoods. This is a great initiative. I'm hoping that our colleagues potentially look at this with a very open mind, and I'll turn it over because I know Councilmember Ash McPherson is chomping at the bit. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Thank you. Yeah, this is something that, when I was running for office and I would talk to different constituents in different areas and in District 2 and so forth. And I had said to them, your taxes had to be raised because we were going to hire some community officers, public safety, or some DPW or fire department, how would you feel about that? And every person that I spoke to talked about community policing. And we're always pushing to get our officers out there involved, to walk and talk, to spend more time in our communities, to get to know the residents more, to get the residents to know the officers more that are in there. Our community police officers that we have now are stretched thin. By putting 1 in each zone, I think is a tremendous effort to show that, we're there to work with our communities, with our neighborhoods, to make them better and to make things safer for our constituents. So I really believe that this is something, and I would really hope that the majority would kind of take a moment and think about it, and hiring to 2 more community police officers. Thank you.
And we do need a motion and a second. Do I have a motion?
Sorry, motion.
Councilmember Ash McPherson, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. I do want to state, I know I've been harping fiscal restraint, conservative, etc. these two positions, I truly believe, are essential. They're needed. We need to restore trust in our neighborhoods, in our communities. This is a perfect step to combine it with the executive order, with our plan for April 1st that we have to pass when the mayor announces his task force and the plan that has to be passed and sent to the governor's office. This coincides with that initiative. And as Councilmember Ash McPherson stated, to have 2 more CPUs, community police officers working in the neighborhoods, in the trenches, building that trust, and really trying to improve quality of life with code enforcement issues and so many other issues. We really, really feel very strongly about this. So saying that we have a motion, we have a second, further discussion.
Council President,
Councilmember Gully.
I really have nothing I could share that hasn't been shared about the importance of those positions. So what I'm going to do is reach out to the majority and just ask you if you would consider, just consider, because you control the budget and you know this, if you would consider in your amendments taking that $64,000 that you were going to use to hire the recycling specialist, since it'll take us time to get a plan where we could get to that point of really needing a recycling specialist. We have one youth service specialist already in the budget. You're asking for another one to start on June 1st, which would give them about 2 months of employment based on the fact that kids go back to school in September. And the leftover you want to put into the garbage fund, which would bring it down $1 and change. I would think and hope that maybe you would consider taking that piece of that money, that $64,000, and joining us in trying to put the other community police officers in the zones so that every zone has representation. And that's it.
Okay.
Council-
Yep. Councilmember McDermott. Sorry.
I agree. We may need a community police officers in the other 2 zones, but at this time, I think it's more important to put this money towards our youth services. We have heard in our neighborhood groups in North Central that our young children are out of school for a lot of the time during COVID. And I think our money would be spent, would be worth it in that area at this time. Thank you.
Council President?
Yep. Councilmember Steele.
I'm glad you mentioned the governor's executive order. And for that very reason, I think voting on increasing the police budget in this way would be premature. Neither the mayor's group nor our group has completed their work. And so I think we need to hear the results of their efforts before we take any action to increase the budget. What we have heard from the police professional in our group is that actually every policeman is a community policeman. And so that's been very informative. And I think that's something that we ought to all keep in mind. And I agree with Councilmember McDermott that a better investment at this moment in time is in developing youth programming. With the gun violence that we are seeing, we need to provide alternatives for our young people. We've heard that in the groups, and I think that that's a better use of our city monies at this time.
Point of clarification, I nor did Councilmember Ash McPherson propose community police officers or youth specialists. Councilmember Gully just threw something out there. Our proposal is totally predicated on the positions that you guys just funded: a parking operations manager, community police officer, a planning technician, community police officer. To talk about our community policing, yes, they should all be community policing. We know they're not. We know that some training needs to happen. We know that those bridges need to be built. But saying that, the community police officers are totally targeting those particular neighborhoods. They are able to go to evening meetings. They are able to have a flex schedule to attend events, etc. So the community police officers, they are specifically and solely, their job is to work with the community to address code violations. I can't say enough what our community police officers do to try to tackle the blight in our neighborhoods, to try to tackle
Council
the
President.
illegal dumping.
Council
And so
President, I have a point of order.
Yeah.
Point of order.
Sure.
Our own council rules mandate that you allow every member to speak
That's
before
fine.
speaking a separate time, yet you're engaging in colloquy with, and you're responding to particular members. I think we should allow every member to speak per our own rules.
Oh, that's a really, really, really good point, Council Member Zaluski. If you want to go down that road, we'll go down that road.
Thank you.
I'm serious. You have gone over the line. We're discussing, we're talking, and now you have to enter in some rules.
You
Council Member
can't
Cummings.
respond to each
Yeah.
council member. It's not, there's no
Council Member-
colloquy here.
As presider of the meeting, I have every right to continue the discussion and allow members to converse. And when a member tries stating that the minority proposed a youth specialist or community policing, that was not our proposal. So
You don't get to respond though, that's the problem.
point of clarification, that is not the proposal in front of you. Council
Fine.
Member Cummings.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I think it was clear in both Councilmember McDermott and Steele's points, not that that was what you were proposing, but that was what we were proposing, that it is important to invest in our neighborhoods, and that this was the mechanism through which we were looking to do that. That being said, I think to borrow a phrase, I think you talk all the time about doing more with less. I don't think that's even relevant here. It's more with more. You're proposing an increase to over $10 million on the permanent salaries line in the police department. We previously had 4 community police officers. That was the case in the past. And I know some of that was grant funding. Obviously, encourage the continued application for grants, but also encourage more training and more activity by patrol to do community policing services. And so I know that that's certainly things the chief is working on, and certainly things that we support the continued development of. But the continued increasing of that salaries line without a more robust plan about where we want to go as a department, as noted, I think it is premature.
Councilmember Cummings, I just had a question on that note. But it's not premature to hire another youth specialist. Why are we not waiting for the plan? And we're talking about a plan that should be developed to hire 2 community police officers, but a youth specialist wouldn't be part of the plan that is developed over the next several months through the mayor's task force in conjunction with the executive order. I mean, it's stated.
Correct. The youth specialist is in the Parks Department. We are proposing, as you'll see in a minute, the continued hiring of 1 in the early spring and then a second later in the summer in order to provide plenty of services and activities for children in our parks throughout the summer. Obviously, this summer we saw an increase of violence in our communities, and we think it's important to respond to that by starting to get back to, and not even close to where it had been in the past. The Parks Department for years has been cut and cut and cut. And so, yeah, we think it's incredibly important to start to build that back up. I think the administration agrees, and they've proposed an initial plan, and we're moving to supplement that.
And we support the youth specialists. We've stated that from day one.
Great.
The question was the second person and, just having that plan because we have been criticized 2 community police officers is premature. I was just curious if a second youth specialist, what if it's decided to do, 4? And frankly, you need the programs to go with the positions. And as stated, federal and state government has decimated our youth programs over the past 20 years. So obviously we're agreeing, but also you need the funding to provide the services, not just people.
Great.
So
Got
Chair.
it. In agreement.
we're agreeing. Further discussion?
Chair,
Councilmember
Council
Gully.
President,
Yep, Councilmember Gully.
question for Monica. Monica, back when I was a youth, that was a long time ago, they used to use these college students that are training to become into these positions to use them as our youth activity people around the city. Is there any opportunity for that to engage people to come in for our youth services to work in those programs? Is there any opportunity at all?
Sure, there's this position specifically, when we originally introduced it, and then we had talked actually to that North Central neighborhood group that we were working with, was mindful of that. It was one person who was going to kind of spearhead a lot of the youth initiatives, working with Team Heroes and those kinds of things. But it's certainly an opportunity to especially work with places like Sage, which have teaching programs involved and education programs, but also through the Rensselaer County Youth Program, where they have the workforce development program as well too. But those programs all take supervision, and that and I think that that's over the years, and it's not even just been since we've been in office, but even previous to that, this Parks Department has always taken a hit when it comes to cutting budgets. Those positions were severely eliminated many times over. So I think this was the first climb back out to be able to kind of do that. The goal of this position is to take the work that I've been doing with youth programming, working with the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Clubs, the CYOs, and all those things, and be able to have one person that's designated just specifically to that, especially now that there's so many other organizations that are coming to the table, like Team Hero, STUG, and all of their elements that they're bringing to the table as well too. So yes, but in a long answer to a short question, yes, there are opportunities out there. And we've been actually partnering with the Rubin Foundation. We received a grant, I think you remember, 3 years ago, and they're finalizing that through the SAGE professors and going to present that on some opportunities that might be available as well.
So would you feel it's reasonable, since we have one youth services specialist, that possibly we could bring in a second through those programs, or possibly even a third? And if that be the case, would they be able to substantially value that process with youth services? And I'm only mentioning it because I'm thinking that maybe, just maybe, there is another use for that money that the majority is spearheading for that second youth specialist, that maybe we could do something different through the local colleges or educational systems. Just a thought.
So I think that the youth services position that we're imagining for that is more so directed at a year-round driving programming and driving partnerships. The challenge with, using just interns or summer help in that regards, those would be more support-based positions, where you could actually, in an ideal world, if you could get 2, that would be fabulous. But you would want those 2 engaged throughout the year, being able to, because we all know, we saw it this year, especially with COVID, youth need to be engaged all year long, not necessarily just summer. So being mindful that we're trying to engage the youth on an annual basis, being able to provide opportunities outside of the Boys and Girls Clubs. We hear that all the time in North Central because of the accessibility of the clubs. So I do think that those would be more support-driven positions, because they wouldn't be consistent because of the cyclical nature of college students. But generally, they could be supportive and helpful, absolutely, but not necessarily in a role in a full-time position, so to speak, unless they graduated and came on that direction.
Councilmember Gully?
I was just saying thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
So, Councilman Gully, I do appreciate the fact that, you're asking us to look at our own savings and potentially apply them to community police officers. I think if someone from the minority had reached out to us ahead of time so that we could talk through that and the fiscal impact, because of course we have a certain path that we've charted to savings that kind of leads down ultimately to the garbage fee. And you have a path that you charted for savings as well. And I want to respect our comptroller's wishes on, not putting forth anything that, is going to significantly change our budget path. That being said, I also, I have concerns about hiring 2 more police officers in lieu of moving forward with our own plan, which kind of puts the emphasis more on youth programming and giving youth something to do to reduce the load on our police officers. But for both reasons, I'm not going to support this particular amendment. But I definitely would have welcomed a conversation about it, because I think we could have had a nice talk about what your ideas are and what we could do. But I'm not inclined to change something right now on the floor.
Point of
President?
clarification. Comptroller, why would we be having a meeting if everything was set in stone? That just made absolutely no sense.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't make sense to you, Council President.
Comptroller, I'm
That's my
asking
own
the
feeling.
comptroller a question. Comptroller, did you inform the majority that you want no amendments on the floor? How?
I had put in my email this morning
Yeah.
that I was assuming that there would be no more amendments. And I also said this morning, though, in my email, I understand that the council can do amendments on the floor. But if they were going to be on the floor, if there's going to be amendments on and obviously the time has passed. If there were going to be amendments on the floor, to send them to me ahead of time so they can be costed out. This proposal has been costed out. I could cost anything out. I just wanted to avoid having proposals on the floor tonight, just given how this meeting is situated with Zoom and doing it here. If there's going to be amendments on the floor, there's going to be amendments on the floor.
Right. I mean, it's so funny. This is legislative process 101. It's not the administration telling us you have to do this, you have to do that. And that's why I wanted that point of clarification. This is our job, guys. This is our job to discuss it. You didn't confer with us your amendments either, so come on. And to roll it out and discuss it. What Councilmember Gully requested, he requested support for the community police officers. It was an olive branch. You declined, that's fine. But that's the legislative process. And the comptroller would never tell us not to amend an amendment on the floor. We've seen it happen a million times. So, please don't box our comptroller into stating no amendments on the floor.
I never said he said no amendments. I said that he wanted to know ahead of time if we were going to make those amendments. We've had about a month to discuss the budget, put our amendments forward, and make that clear to everyone so things could be discussed. So probably on the floor is possibly the worst time to make amendments that could affect our city budget.
You just sent your amendments in 2 days ago. The council minority sent theirs in last week. So please, let's move forward.
Once again, I'll say that making amendments on the floor is probably the worst time to make them.
Okay, but you've done it and we have the ability to do it, and that is the legislative process. Further discussion on the community police officers. I'm going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes, I would like to see them so we have one in each zone.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Steele.
No.
Councilmember Cummings.
While I absolutely support the growth of the community policing department, I do not support the continued growth of the number of officers overall. Therefore, no.
Councilmember Zaluski.
No.
Councilmember McDermott.
No.
And Council President Mantello, yes, the amendment fails 4-3. We will move on to the youth area. And we have Council Members Zaluski, Steele, McDermott, Cummings, defer hiring youth services specialist, March 1st. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Council Member Steele. Discussion.
Council President,
Yep, Council Member Zaluski.
this is just a simple amendment to save approximately $7,500 by deferring the hiring of one youth specialist until March 1st.
Further discussion? I'm going to take a slow roll. Council Member Gully.
It's quite evident that we are not going to have much success with our amendments. And we're going to have this youth specialist, so I am going to say yes to this one.
Council Member Ash McPherson.
I'm going to say no.
Council Member Steele.
Aye.
Council Member Cummings.
Aye.
Council Member Zaluski.
Aye.
Council Member McDermott.
Yes.
And I actually, I think that the youth services specialist should be hired January 1st. So to defer the hiring of this position, but yet we're going to not defer the hiring of a parking operations manager. I'm sorry. The logic behind this, we care about our youth, but we don't want two community police officers, and we're going to defer the youth specialist that the mayor proposes to hire in January. I support the mayor's proposal to hire the youth services specialist, the new position, in January and not defer it. So I vote no on not deferring it. The amendment carries 5-2. The next is a hiring of a second youth services specialist on June 1st. Council Member Zaluski, Council Member Steele, Council Member McDermott, Council Member Cummings. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Council Member Cummings. Discussion?
Council President.
Yes, Council Member Cummings.
Just a quick note on the previous deferment. The idea there is not to decrease capacity in that department, but rather an awareness that it does in these times take a couple months to hire anyway. And so that deferment, while it saves some money, will not change the course of action in the growth of that department. Rather, we are proposing a further growth in that department come June 1st, as you see in this amendment, which would double it and really start to flesh out in the ability for this city to offer programming to our youth.
Thank you. I would actually like to make an amendment to this amendment and hire the second youth services, much like I said earlier. I prefer hiring the youth services specialist that the mayor had proposed in January, and this one also. I would like to find the additional money. I think we had some money left over, Andy. I think it was about $60K in our proposal, even though our proposals went down. But saying that, I'd like to put this person January 1st. We're talking about community police. We're talking about neighborhood, trying to get our youth off the street. I attended just 2 weeks ago a Team Hero event. It was amazing on a Friday night, the number of kids that were hanging out in the Troy Boys and Girls Club. We need more of that. I fully support it. And from day one, we have all talked about beefing up our youth bureau. It's been decimated over the past 2 decades. Anything we can do to get them on board sooner. I propose actually not June 1st, January 1st. I'll make a motion to amend that amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Now on the discussion, Andy, can you work some magic on that, even if it does get voted down?
So you, instead of June 1st, you want January 1st. Am I understanding you correct?
Correct.
Permanent salaries is, oh wait. 42,296. Social Security is 3,236. 42,296, 3236.
Now, obviously, the minority, our proposals went down. So the question is, you know, we're working under a different budget. We have money left over that would have been able to do this. Can you find any savings anywhere thus far to appoint this position in January rather than June, Andy?
Let's make sure I have this right. Number 2 passed. Number 3 passed. Number 5 passed. Did 7 pass the hiring on March 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, right now there is $62,414 in savings from the approval of amendments number 2, number 3, number 5, and number 7. There is also obviously the approval of number 1 for $125,000. Their total reduction so far is $187,414. There was a proposal from the majority to move the assessment update savings of $125,000 to the garbage fund, and then my understanding was also a recommendation to transfer any residual savings from the proposed amendments to the garbage fund as well. Under those amendments, that would leave $62,414 as we sit here right now. If the motion were to pass, the residual would then be $16,882.
Well, we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion on the
Council President.
on the amended motion. Yes. Councilmember
Andy, thank you for the quick numbers. Monica, can I ask you about this second youth service specialist? Do you feel that January to June brings us any value of a second specialist for hiring one in March? Or do you think that it's not money that we need to spend during the winter months to have that person in program, or are there programs that start in January? I'm not really sure if they go year round or not, or if they're even available right now. So could you tell me what the value is to that?
So I think that, again, going back to what Anasha talked about, there is going to be a process of actually, we'll create the position, if it's passed 100%, and we'll have to create the position in December, put it through civil service, and then we'll canvass it, obviously, and then get it out there. So, you might even be able to delay it another month if you needed to for additional savings if Andy needed that. But I do understand and I appreciate Council President's amendment for January, because I do think it's important with these positions, you have planning to do. It's not like we're running out of the gate in January to implement a program on week 2 in January. You have to forge those relationships. They have to get to know the individuals. Hopefully it's somebody from our community, which would be even better, similar to the police officers, right? So that they already know the community that they're working for. And then also be able to establish those pieces and know what the voids are in the youth services or park programming. It doesn't, I mean, these positions, they're youth services coordinators, but there's a lot of programming, like you see what Albany does with their park systems. It's an amazing program. They have programming all the time in their parks, even if it's yoga or it's something else of that nature. So being able to implement and put programming together to be on the go, especially right now when we don't know what schools are going to do in the spring. We're assuming that Troy's been really lucky. Lansingburg's been really lucky as far as COVID. Or hopefully they're going to continue that way. but it's going to be the need at some point in time. And I think we can all appreciate the fact of how much people have started to enjoy the outdoors. So I think being able to do this early on would actually give us time to plan some really good things and put some stuff forward for the spring and late spring and summer as a whole.
Council President?
Councilmember Gully has the floor still. Did you have a follow-up?
No, I just need some information as to what activity would occur from January on
Or
for
pla-
that service specialist.
Yeah, it would be planning and collaboration, putting things together, seeing who they could work with. There's probably even some, like, for example, when we did the summer youth programs and we partnered with the two Boys and Girls Clubs and the YMCA, there's a lot of planning that we started planning that in March and in February, March, to make sure that we were able to announce that in May so that they could get it out to the school age kids so that they can actually implement and have people sign up and do those kinds of things. So even if it's not an activity that we are ultimately we are actively programming it, but we're acting as a partnership program, right? So we have a third party that comes in and actually does the physical work, but we coordinate the activities, the space, all those kinds of things. That takes months of planning to get to that activity level.
Council President?
Councilmember Gully, are you all set?
Anasha, I'm almost there, buddy.
Oh,
Hey,
sorry.
thank you, Monica, I appreciate the information. Council President,
Yes, sir.
based on the information we're hearing, and it's just, I love the idea. I want to thank you for bringing that up and accelerating that hire. If we're going to go in that direction, I understand it, but would it be considerable, based on the information we got tonight, to maybe start both of the youth services specialists on March 1st and take the time to be able to really search out to see who would be a good fit for that position instead of January? And I'm just asking, I mean, I'll go with January because I love the idea now that we don't have our CPOs and we have to move in a direction that does help our communities. But I just need to know if it would make sense to maybe start them both in March instead of January 1 and March the other. And that you would have more experience at that than I would. You've hired a lot more people than I have.
Well, I prefer January. I mean, the mayor proposed a fully funded position in the youth coordinator-like position. I'd love to see two of them. I'm supporting the majorities. I just think the sooner we can get these folks on board, don't forget, they're right now conducting youth activities. It's not just summer. They're spring, summer, fall, and winter. And when I was there, like, honestly, at the Troy Boys and Girls Club a week and a half ago, and Kim and all of us have been there many times. I mean, to see these kids on a Friday night be playing basketball, not out on the street, it just warms my heart. So anything we can do to get, more youth activities, I'm totally in favor. I'd love to see them January 1st, at least funded January 1st. They might not come on board and you're still going to save the money. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, great. Thank you for the explanation, and I will support your amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Cummings.
So one of the theories behind this is that, any money we budget that we know won't be able to be spent because we know the hiring process will take some time. That's money that we're taking out of taxpayers or people paying garbage fees or whatever else. And so I did want to just get clarification from the deputy mayor. It sounds like no matter what, the timeline on this, given the civil service timeline, et cetera, is it the beginning of March or is it the beginning of April that you think is reasonable to actually have this position filled?
Sorry, I went the wrong way. I thought I was muted. I was typing, I'm sorry. Personally, I would love to see this position. Civil service could take care, as long as it's approved now, we could take care of civil service and create the position through civil service in December. We could put it out It would not have a hire date until after January, but most likely by the time you do interviews and you do all those kinds of things through the holidays, you would most likely interview in January. So take it from there.
You take it from there. Do you think you can actually have someone in place in February? with that timeline, or are we talking March?
No,
Because
I could probably, I mean, personally, I got a list of like 10 people I would think that would be amazing at this.
yeah, no, I mean, I think we're all on the same page. We want this as soon as possible.
Yeah.
The March date
If you
was
put-
based on previous
where-
conversations that it sounded like that wasn't going to be possible until then.
Well, if you could put it for February, I would make it happen in February. I just know the amount of work it takes to get it done. We've started at March in the past for a summer date, but earlier is better, especially if we have the savings to be able to utilize it. Our proposal was for January originally. This is the modifications and recommendations that everybody put forward. So, you know,
And then, so the
I'll
other
do it
question,
as the city council president said, this is your budget now. We've proposed ours.
Yeah. So the second question there is, obviously, we're proposing 2 instead of 1, and I know that increases the work on your end too, onboarding those folks and getting them set up. But obviously, we'd like to have them as soon as possible as well, in theory. Is there some benefit? You know, the proposal we had was to stagger it so that you can really get one up and going, get them situated, and then the second. You know, again, we're not the managers, so I think it's reasonable to have your thoughts on the pros and cons of bringing 2 on board at the same time on equal footing versus bringing them on board one before the next, so that
In an ideal world, it would be great to bring them both on at the same time. And the reason I say that is because then you could plan activities both north and south. If you say you split them like we did with the litter patrol officers, you could actually engage. You got Prospect Park, you got Knickerbocker Park. You know what I mean? You got 2 large parks, you got pocket parks throughout this thing. You know, there's ways to be able to promote the splash pad on 7th Avenue and then also the pool in South Troy and be able to kind of launch programs together. Hopefully even maybe working with downtown in the bid and being able to work in some more opportunities there as well too. So I think I think if I could start them at the same time, then they could collaborate at the same time, grow at the same time, and get out and about so that they could do it together. That would be probably the most proactive approach to it. That way you didn't have one person trying to plan everything all at once and then trying to pull somebody on board with it.
and you have confidence you could conduct all those interviews and canvassing, et cetera, in January?
Yeah. Especially if I had the ability to get it on the civil service for December.
Okay. I mean, what's the if there?
There is no if. It's just putting a lot of the if is tonight.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. I'll pass the floor to my colleagues, but that sounds good.
Sure.
Discussion, yep.
Sure.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I just like to say, and the deputy mayor, answered the questions that I was going to say. Bringing them on sooner instead of later gives more time to get them up and running. And I like the idea of having 2 at the same time, so you can coordinate between the north and the south. I hate to say the north and south, but the north end of Troy, the south end of Troy. I think putting that together and putting the youth programs in place is a win for our community. And I would hope that the majority could support this. Thank you.
I hope so. We'll see. Further discussion?
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember.
Okay, so the motion on the floor then is to amend the second youth services specialist to be hired on January 1st?
Correct.
Okay, and our proposal, just to be clear, is to hire that person on June 1st. Our thinking, and just to make, I want to make sure we get that out there, our thinking was that the first person would get hired on March 1st, get going, and then June 1st is when school is out, whether kids are in school or home, but basically, the summer season starts up, there'd be more activity, and we want that second person ready to go for the summer season. So Monica, I guess my question to you is that reasoning sound? Or, I know you've already kind of hinted at this, but is June 1st just too late for you to have the second person start?
Ideally, it would be earlier than later. June 1st, essentially this year, kids get out of school the 3rd week of June. So you would want to make sure that all of your programs were in place prior to that. Certainly you could, listen, we'll do whatever you guys, and as I've said it to all of you throughout these last 2 weeks, we will do whatever it takes to make sure that this city is successful in all of its implementation and programs as to the best of our abilities with what we're given. And I've told all of you that at one point in time or another at these last 2 weeks. That being said, we would love to have things earlier. It makes for better planning. It makes for a better rollout. It makes for a better opportunity for the residents. If we are given one early on and one to follow up, we'll make that work. But ideally, it would be either both at the same time in March, June, whatever, but it would be both. It'd be better to launch them both. I will be honest with you, if you bring somebody on in June, by the time you ramp them up, introduce them to all the individuals and all of the planning you've already done, you will be through summer before you actually implement any new programming. So you would have a stale, and I say stale, meaning you probably would have some implementation programming because it would be already initiated by me prior to them coming on board, or at least in partnership with somebody who came on, an individual, like one person coming in. But, ideally it would be both at the same time, earlier than later would be ideal.
So I'll finish my comment then. Based on that, I'm not going to support hiring someone as of January 1st. But I could compromise and go to March 1st, which would be the same exact time as the first youth. So that, in other words, I would agree to hire both of them at the same time. I think that's a reasonable compromise. I don't know if we need to vote on the current amendment first.
Yes, you do. There's a motion, there's a second. We first have to vote on the council, my amendment to your amendment. If it fails, you can certainly have the ability to make a motion to amend your original amendment.
Right.
So further discussion on my amendment. Okay, we'll do slow roll. Council Member Gully,
Yes, I told you I would support that.
Council Member Ash McPherson,
Council President, yes, I think bringing them on, both of them on, hire them in January makes more sense. It gets people to get the programs in place, set up, and be ready to roll out for our youth departments in March, April, May, June, and be ready to tackle the summer with them. So yes, I do support this.
Council Member Steele.
From what I'm hearing, it doesn't sound realistic that we can accomplish this in January, so I can't support this.
Council Member Cummings.
It sounds like we went back and forth on the hiring timeline a lot. I think it makes sense to have them both hired at the same time. Sounds like now you're proposing one month before the other. We'll make another amendment in a moment to just have them at the same time, which I think makes more sense.
Council Member Zalewski.
Did Anasha actually vote?
I at the very end I threw in, so no.
Said no.
I'm
Council Member.
also a no on that, but I will compromise to the March start date.
Council Member McDermott.
Also a no. I'd like to see it done together.
And before I vote, for folks out there, you're watching majority, minority, and anything to oppose what the minority proposes, obviously. It was a solid proposal, and they know it.
That's not true. That's
And
not true.
I have the floor, Council Member Zalewski. I
That's
did
not
not
true.
interrupt you when you did your point of order and when you spoke. Saying that, what you are seeing in action is minority proposes no, majority proposes yes. And we heard straightforward from the deputy mayor that the sooner the better. So why not get the youth specialists on board? This is politics 101. It's very, very disappointing since we went all year not playing this game, but tonight rules are being thrown out, politics are being thrown out, and a youth specialist now. January,
President.
Your original proposal was to appoint the person in June. I proposed January. It makes much more sense. It's very, very sad. I vote aye. I'm in the middle of my vote. I vote aye. The motion to amend the majority's amendment fails 4-3. On the original amendment that the majority wanted to hire this person on June 1st, do I have a motion?
It's already been
It's already
motioned. I will motion to
second.
amend.
Further discussion.
I will motion to amend that.
Yep.
And I will amend that to a start date of March 1st to coincide with the other youth services specialist.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second on the amendment to the amendment rather than June 1st. We'll do March 1st. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Wait, Council President?
Do you want the amounts?
Council President, I had a discussion point on this.
Councilmember Cummings, and then Andy will get the amount because you are bumping it up from your original proposal. Councilmember Cummings.
This is what compromise looks like. This is what it looks like when the majority in this case is open to hearing ideas and open to working through things with you. As stated, it's ideal if this didn't happen on the floor at the last moment, but we are hearing your feedback and your thoughts and reacting to it and making compromises towards it. So to claim that this is blatant partisanship is pretty concerning to me and disappointing, because I think what we're trying to show over and over again in these amendments is a desire to compromise, a desire to work together, a desire to get a budget that both respects the needs of our taxpayers for increased services and keeps costs in line. And so that, I don't know why you're throwing politics into it. I think everyone's engaging in this in good faith and in a spirit of compromise.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Further discussion? All in favor on the amendment to the amendment?
Do you want the amounts?
Sure, Andy, go for it.
Please.
The 101-35247, Social Security 2696. 35247, 2696.
Okay, so it goes up about 11 grand. Okay. Further discussion? All in favor on the amendment to the amendment?
Aye.
Opposed? Amendment to the amendment carries 7-0. On the original, on the amended amendment, do I have a motion?
Moved.
Councilmember Zaluski motions. Do we have second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? On the amended amendment carries 7-0. You got that one, Mara? Mara?
I'm running out of room on my piece of paper, but I got it.
I figured. Okay, we are now moving into the garbage fund. That's a good move. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Gully.
There's number 9 on the bottom for the general fund, the interfund transfers. I don't know if you want to do those now or at the end of garbage.
I think those will be relevant to garbage.
I'm fine. Do you want to do the inter-fund transfers first, Councilmember Cummings? I'm fine.
Yeah, I think we might as well.
All right.
We're in the general fund still.
Can I ask a quick question to Andy before you jump into that? Are those interfund transfers dependent on the approval of the other recommendations, Andy?
No, the interfund transfers, so the first one of $371,732 was the total amount of the my understanding, the total amount of the recommendations from Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Gully, to get the fee to $180 per unit. That is that dollar amount. The second block, $125,000, was based off of Council Members Zaluski, Steele, McDermott, and Cummings' recommendation that the $125,000 reduction in the assessor's office be used to transfer to the garbage fund, and then $35,854 was based off of the same recommendation to transfer any excess savings from recommendations to the garbage fund to lower the fee.
Okay.
The $35,854 would have to be amended at this point.
Well, the 371 would need to be amended too, correct?
Yes. The interfund transfers are exclusive of, while they do impact the garbage fund, they are directly correlated to the balanced budget of the general fund.
So should we vote on them first and continue on like we're presenting them, or do we want to delay them until after you do the other budget changes for the?
It's up to the council. If you vote on number 9 now, then in theory the general fund is complete. I can give you the pending pension. I can give you those, but I can give you roughly where we are right now. Pension will have to be at the end after all amendments.
Right.
I think we might as well vote on it now.
Yeah. All right, so we're okay not going into the interfund, or you want to?
No, I want to vote on our interfund transfer at least so that we know where we stand in the general fund.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to withdraw yours. Obviously, that money's not there, but we could vote it down anyway.
Hold on. Okay, so all right, I'm switching screens. This is horrible. All right, so we'll head over to the garbage fund, correct?
No, we were saying that we wanted to vote on number 9 now so that we have that amount that's going to be transferred into the garbage fund.
All right.
We made amendments on the
Yeah,
floor.
yep. I didn't see them on the bottom. I thought that they were on the other page. Okay, so Councilmember Gully, we have a proposal. Maybe if you could go into that really quick, the 370K of actually the proposed amount 500, 880 new amount. Can you just talk about our proposal real quick?
Well, when we sat together and we talked, we tried to find some reasonable cuts within the sanitation department that would get us the number down as low as we could go. In my configurations, as you see with the sheet I sent, I came out with 195.87, which I thought was a reasonable amount that would not starve the operation or fracture too many positions. In order to get it down to $180, we had to take unoccupied positions and unfund them to bring as much money to the garbage fee to bring it down to where it was. I'm glad we could show the numbers, but since the money's not there, this is not a doable number right now. So I think, and we know which way this is going to go. I don't know how you feel, Council President, but we can either decide to take it out or have it voted down by the majority. Whatever you choose to do, I'm supporting you because I'm part of the team. But I realistically think that right now we are not even close to that number to be able to have that actually happen.
Well, clearly by the prior amendments getting voted down by the majority of the positions that haven't been filled all year, which now are going to be filled, which unfortunately were voted down, the monies aren't there. So the proposal is moot because the monies are off, which is very unfortunate. So I believe we should withdraw this particular amendment because the monies aren't there. And unfortunately, the majority voted down our prior amendments, which would have saved substantial dollars for the taxpayers. So I officially withdraw that amendment if my colleagues are good with that.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I'd just like to say that, we worked very hard as the majority worked on their proposals. We worked very hard on our proposals. I find it sad that, anything that we try to amend or work on, that there was no working with us at all. Whether you call it politics or not, they have the vote. So I'll agree with you. There's nothing we can do on it. They shot everything down on us, so
Yep.
withdrawing it is fine. Thank
Yep.
you.
Working together is agreeing with the majority, unfortunately. So we are pulling that amendment, and we'll move on to the recommendation from Councilmember Zaluski, Councilmember Steele, Councilmember McDermott, Councilmember Cummings. We have a proposal for an inter-fund, not intra, fund transfer, and I will hand it over to either Councilmember Zaluski or Cummings or whoever's the point person.
I'll make a motion first.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second it.
Second, Councilmember Cummings, motion by Councilmember Zaluski, discussion.
All right, Council President.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's this particular line item, number 9, is just the end result of 1 through 8, of course. So the numbers just have to add up. My understanding is now that not the first line of number 9 there, that original, that 35,854 is probably no longer correct based on the one change that we made on the fly. So Andy, I would ask for that. I know the 125 on the second line is correct for the transfer, but that 35,854, I'm guessing, is not correct any longer.
It is now 24471.
Can we take that as a friendly amendment?
Councilmember
Sorry,
Cummings.
Andy, could you say that number one more time?
I'm double checking it one more time.
While he's calculating, I'll opine a little bit.
Councilmember Cummings.
So one of the reasons I was concerned about the original proposal was that despite the beyond the savings not being there, it also significantly subsidizes the general fund out of, or sorry, the garbage fund out of the general fund. We tried to keep our proposal of transfer within the scope of services that I at least feel should not be paid for out of the fee. And so the idea of this transfer is that it's not a temporary one-time subsidy from the general fund to the garbage fund, but rather gets the subsidy that should be there more in line with reality of the services that the garbage funds provides to the taxpayers at large, of collection of bulk items and illegal dumping, that would therefore not I don't see it as a transfer from one to another, but rather a payment for the services provided by the garbage fund.
Further discussion?
Do we have a final number?
24471.
Right, that was the same as you did last time. You were right.
All right, so I will motion to amend our amendment to fix that number, to change it from 35,854 to 24,471.
We have a motion to amend. Mara, do you have the numbers that Councilmember Zaluski has just recited?
Yep.
Very good. Councilmember Zaluski makes a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second on the amendment to the amendment. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Amendment to the amendment carries 4-3 on the amended amendment. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Councilmember Zaluski motions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele, discussion.
Council President,
Yep, Councilmember Gully.
Andy, that number 24471 was the change in the number for the the money change, instead of 35,854, is that what I'm reading? It's now down to 24,471?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't want anybody to get the misconception that that was gonna be the garbage fee. You know where the garbage fee is gonna, are we gonna be within line within the numbers that you had expressed to us in your email?
I don't, we're gonna have to find out. So I am entering all amendments as they're passed. I have not pre-entered everything. So
There's still.
it's gonna be something that's done in real time.
Yep, and that's the way it should be, as other things haven't passed yet, Andy, correct. All right, further discussion. Yes.
Council President.
Yep, sorry, it was in now. Councilmember Steele.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that if I understand this correctly, the change is the result of everyone agreeing to make both youth service specialists begin March 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
On your amendments, that's correct. If maybe one or two of our amendments have passed, you would have seen that number even more of a savings.
Please let me finish. Thank you.
I thought you were done. Sorry, Councilmember Steele.
I realize that you like to go back and forth, but let me at least finish my comments. Thank you. I was going to say thank you to the minority for joining, and it was a great example of cooperation, and I wish we could have had more of it. And I hope that perhaps next year, this is my first year, but perhaps next year we could begin discussions earlier, and we could actually have real conversation. But it doesn't look like that happened, and it takes two to have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. Further discussion? Okay, we have a amended amendment. We have a motion, we have a second. Slow roll, Councilmember Gully.
This is on the amended number 9, going the
Correct.
credit going towards the garbage fund.
Correct.
Since we have withdrawn ours, I will support yours. Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Steele.
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
And I am going to be the lone no vote. I feel very strongly. It is a two-way street, and we've heard that all night. None of the council minorities' recommendations or amendments saw the light of day. They were very sensible, very sane, very practical. And unfortunately, a member of the majority states it's a two-way street, and I wish we could talk about these prior. It's kind of funny because we didn't even see the majority's amendments until 2 days ago. We sent our amendments toward the end of last week. So saying that talk is talk, but action speaks louder than words. I cannot support this amount of funding being reduced because it should have been much more. We worked very hard, and unfortunately, the taxpayers are going to get the bill because your annual fee is certainly not going to be at 180. So I vote no. The motion, the amendment carries 6-1. Now let's roll over to the actual garbage fund. Bear with me. All right, we're in the garbage fund. We have number 10, quite a few, number 11, quite a few. And the administration, I know that Andy and Monica went back to the drawing board after quite a bit of discussion on pay as you throw. I appreciate you guys doing that. I don't know, Monica, if you want to give just a really, really quick overview, or not, it's up to you, but in a nutshell, or Andy, I don't know if you want to take it real quick.
So number 10, if the council is open to it, could really be voted on as a block amendment.
Yep.
At the, I believe the meeting last Tuesday, the budget workshop, I was asked to do a analysis to remove pay-as-you-throw from the garbage fund proposed budget. Number 10 does all of that. All of the reductions in number 10 is that movement.
Yep.
So all of 10 takes out pay-as-you-throw. Now, I do want to note one thing as I move to number 11. What you will see is just if you look at the first one on 10 and the first one on 11, there are you'll see duplicative accounts. Everything is being done in iteration by iteration. So number 10 is the increase in garbage fee revenue, and number 10 is the removal of pay-as-you-throw, and then the decrease in garbage fee revenue in number 11 is the results of the analysis that Monica and I had worked on. So that's why you see repeated accounts throughout. I want to note that thing. So number 10 can be voted on as in a block if the council is open to it.
Absolutely.
Number 11 are the budget amendments that were included in the memo sent out on Sunday, in which the fee was $196, I believe. $196 per unit. Again, if the council wants to vote on them individually or as a block, I'll defer to the council on that. When we get to that, Monica and I can discuss some of the specifics of what were involved. And then number 12, 13, 14, and 15 were all recommendations made by council members throughout. Just one other item to note, in number 11 does include the $125,000 transfer from the general fund to the garbage fund as part of the assessment update reduction. So that one is in number 11 already.
Okay. And what number was that, Andy?
11.
11. All right.
Yeah, it's about almost halfway down.
Okay. All right, let's take up number 10. As Andy mentioned, this is a proposal at the request of the administration, an amendment. They did go back to the drawing board. I appreciate that. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, that amendment carries 7-0. Number 11, we once again, as you heard from the comptroller, a number of amendments at the request of the administration. They took out the pay-as-you-throw, went back to the drawing board, came up with some proposals. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, and this is at the request of the administration, not the majority's proposals. Okay, so we're going right up to, you'll see number 11, state aid. Okay, so we'll stop there on that block. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor of that amendment?
Council President first, may I
Yep.
ask a question?
Sure, Councilmember Gully.
Are we doing all of the request of the administration on the page or just to that point?
Just to that point, we already did number 10, all at the
Right.
request. And then on this, yes, the proposal is to do 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 proposals at the request of the administration.
Can I ask one
No,
question,
I-
Council President?
Yes.
Andy, for number 10 that's highlighted in the orange, do you want, was that a part of the block as well too, or do you want that under a special separate thing? That's the recommendation for the reduction in the training from Mantello, McPherson, and Gully.
Where, oh, shoot, we gotta take that out. So we'll separate that out. I apologize. So also, please separate that out of number 10. So we'll almost say like a 10A, a 10B, 11A, 11B. Sorry about that. So
No, it's okay. Track it for Andy while he's typing.
sorry, Andy. So yeah, our proposal, we should go back to, I apologize. So 10 did pass at the request of the administration. Now we have the minority's proposal, and I'll throw it over to Councilmember Gully, who is proposing to reduce some of that training money. Councilmember?
With diligent conversations with the administration, this was a number that they felt fair to be able to adequately run that process, that training process. And it was a number that we decided 5,500, which is, 50% match grant, I think, I believe. And we just figured this was a fair number. Realistically, it fit both of our scenarios. So that's why it's there.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion? I'll make a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. Let's get to the vote.
Okay. Councilmember Gully, further discussion on the proposal to reduce training by 4,500.
Council President?
Yep, Councilmember.
I'll just, I guess this is a point of order. Number one, we already passed that. Secondly, per Andy, everything there is also part of what the administration agrees to. I think, and he can explain this if he wants to, but I think he things where the administration and a group, whether it was a minority or the majority, agreed, he would just label it to minority. It's the same thing in number 11. We're fine with all of the things that were put under us, but they're also part of the administration. In other words, they were all in Andy's memo. Andy's numbers work through his memo based on everything in number 10 in that first memo from November 18th. And then everything works in number 11 from the memo on the 22nd. There's nothing that.
Yeah, there is. The 4,500 was not proposed by the administration. It was lumped in number 10. So that's what Monica and I were just saying. We're going to carve out the council's proposals, vote on the administration's, carve out the council's proposals, vote them separately. It was, I overlooked the minority's proposal there, but that was not the administration's proposal to decrease that by 4,500, correct?
Well, I thought it was in his memo.
Yeah, no, so if you see, Andy spoiled me because mine was highlighted.
Yeah, I don't have highlights.
I don't have it
You
highlighted.
said highlighted. I'm looking, where is it?
So at the bottom of the page, Ken, you'll see, if you go actually to the recommended by, that's actually probably the column you want to look at, because
Right.
that's where it shows whether it was from us in the explanation or whether it was from one of the recommendations from the council members.
Correct.
So therefore, and
If it was a recommendation after I sent out the memo, if a council member or a group of council members sent that recommendation over as a change to the budget for an expenditure, it is listed as recommended by that group or individual council member or members. If no council member sent over language to reduce a specific line item that was in the memo on November 18th or the memo on November 22nd, it is listed at the request of the administration.
Okay.
So that $4,500 reduction in training was included in Andy's memo. There you go.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah, yep, no, you were right.
Yeah.
All right, so,
And just to be clear, that's the same throughout 11 as well. So I don't know if we need to break those up into a whole bunch of votes, or just go for all of 10 and all of 11, and then break up the rest.
Well, Council President,
Yeah, Councilmember Gully.
I would like to make an amendment in 11.
Okay, can we stay on 10 real quick?
I just wanted to finish Anasha's statement and let them know there's going to be a change there. So I don't want to go too quick.
Gotcha. Yep, so number 10, if that was part of the administration's proposal, I'm fine with the vote being unanimous. So 7-0 on number 10, Mara. Now let's go into 11. So all, just point of clarification, all of the council members' recommendations, were they part of your memo? I didn't think they were, Andy.
Some were and some weren't.
Okay.
The 125,000 was in the memo on Sunday night that was sent out. The $4,500 reduction in training was included in the memo that was sent out on the 18th.
Okay, all right. There were so many memos flying back and forth. All right, so let's go to number 11. We'll first just do the request of the administrations, and we'll just take them by blocks if that works for everyone, okay?
Council President,
Yes, Council Member Gully.
maybe you could help me with an answer here.
Sure.
Would it be, and I don't know if this is even legal, but if I put up the amendment now and whether it accepted or fail, can we vote on all of 11 at that point unless there's any other changes that somebody would like to make? Or can I just make the amendment now? We make one vote on 11 after that, unless there's other things that somebody wants to mention.
Let's first get a motion and second. We can do the block. If everyone's good with that, I'm fine with it. However, let's get a motion and second and then put forward your amendment. And then if other members have an amendment, we can take them as they come.
Block of 11.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion, Councilmember Cummings. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. We have a motion, we have a second, and I understand Councilmember Gully wants to make an amendment.
Yes, Andy, I know that we had talked about temporary salaries. And in the beginning, we were looking to cut that process out. But at this time, after discussion with a lot of the department heads, I think it's important to put those temporary salaries back into sanitation and our pickup service. So I would like to make an amendment that we do not zero out temp salaries and we leave the $15,000 in.
Okay. We'll wait for Andy to work up the numbers.
I think temp salaries, we'd only have Social Security, right, Andy? There's no bennies with those jobs.
While Andy's looking it up, I believe Councilmember Ash McPherson has frozen, not her position, but herself. Well,
All right, so if that amendment were to pass, it would eliminate the 10th item down on the list, which is the $15,000 reduction in temporary salaries. And then 3 below that, Social Security, would become 2659 in the change column.
So just to verify, that's increasing from 1511 to 2659.
It's increasing the 1511 to 2659.
Correct. Okay.
Councilmember Ash McPherson back with us. Okay, further questions?
You had a motion, but not a second on that amendment to the amendment.
Yep, I got it. I want to make sure that the number is accurate, Mara. Andy, we're good? Okay, Councilmember Gully makes a motion to amend the amendment. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, Councilmember Cummings seconds, discussion. Councilmember Cummings.
So I guess my main question here is, I know obviously the proposed budget was what we'd like to have. The proposed at the request of the administration was what the administration seemed like it was possible to do. Sounds like Andy, this increase would probably increase the fee by about $1 per residence. Is that roughly correct? It's about 16,000, and there's about 16,000 residents. So I would think that it's about a $1
Yes.
Across the board.
8,000 units, by the way.
Yeah. So just so we're all aware of the impact of that, as we go into sort of what's the operational impact. These are summer ramp up, or how are these temporary folks generally brought on?
Typically, they're brought on whenever they need staff. I know last year, or this year, sorry, I think you funded them later in the summer, actually maybe even early fall. They were brought on to help, clean up alleys and those kinds of things. So it's also a good opportunity to be able to get people in, see how they, how they like the program and the department working there as well too. So it's a good trial run area. But also the ability to be able to designate people to special projects and stuff like alley cleanups, or maybe it's a downtown cleanup or something like that as well too. But in situations like where we're sitting right now, we have 3 that have tested positive. We have 7 in quarantine. Being able to have staff that can rotate through is an important feature. Obviously, when we were asked to modify the budget and eliminate pay as you throw, knowing that the goal was to kind of do what we needed to do to get it down there. So, we didn't offer it originally, but it is certainly something that Tom genuinely likes to have available to him, just because of all those reasons I listed, the flexibility of the people, and then also potentially looking at other projects that can help.
Okay. I guess I don't want to see the fee keep edging up and up. I wonder if this might be one where we could look to a budget amendment early in the year if more funds are found. But until then, I don't want to keep increasing this fee.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Gully, and I had a question for you after.
The reason I am asking this request is I've had a great conversation with Tom Abbott, who runs the sanitation department. And as for reasons like Monica stated, when I talked to him, he said, what I do is I look at these part-timers while they're working, and I can tell who we really think we can seed into and bring onto our program full-time by having these part-time positions. And they're a great fill when we have a situation where some of our employees are out. Like now, I think they're down 6 or 7 people. I just think that it's a nice, for 15 grand, I think it's a nice value for $1. I think the residents of Troy would rather have the additional people picking up garbage, cleaning bulk, cleaning parts and pieces of the city that need it. For the 15,000, I just think it's a good buy. That's why I propose that, because I'm looking to keep the manpower, our service power, as strengthful as I can to the residents that we all serve. So that was my reason for it. I can respect whether you do or don't, because it's that kind of night, but I just want you to know I'm just looking to keep the strength up in our sanitation department and look for those future employees, because we get a chance to taste test them through a temporary process, so we can see who the real workers are and who the wannabe workers are through their actions and not just the words. So that was my reason.
Councilmember, I applaud all your work with the garbage, the illegal dumping, the alleyways. You have been so hands-on and literally like grassroots in this field, and I really, really commend your hard work. The only reason, and I just want to be clear that I can't support this proposal, is many of our amendments unfortunately failed, and our proposals, which ultimately we would have been able to put in the temporary salaries if some of them were able to pass, even if one or two did. I think the problem is now I'm very fearful of that annual fee. And now that our amendments and now that half of the reassessment updates gone through, I mean, our whole plan has completely gone underground, so to speak. So basically, I need to do whatever I can now to try to keep that fee down. And I get it. I am in agreement at some point. What I would hope is we should be able to make a transfer, a budget transfer, to try to get some temp on board. But just right now, with not knowing what Andy's going to roll out for that annual fee, I'm very, very fearful. And I do think, unfortunately, that the taxpayers did not get the full shot tonight in terms of some help. But anyway, that's the only reason I can't support the amended proposal. Sorry.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
I might just ask the council, I have no problems with lowering the fee for everybody. But at some point, when we pull the 15,000 and put it into the process, it still becomes an expense to the people. I guess if you could kind of feel out whether you would be supportive of moving this money in there at a later date, I would be okay with that. I just think that we have to consider the calls, the messages, the social media blast about what we need in our sanitation department as everybody's having struggles and problems. And yes, you're right, Council President. I am invested. I love this city, and I don't love it dirty. And it's time that we try to fix it. And I know that the NIP committee, we're going to working next year to blast out a very unique Alley Allies program for residents of the city. And it's because I think that we deserve clean areas for our children, deserve clean areas. So if you do decide to vote this down, to keep the number down, I will not be heartbroken. I would just ask for your commitment as we go forward to be able to find a way to get that $15,000 in there to keep our temporary workers, which is like our funnel. It's our funnel for our management to review these guys. Sanitation is not easy. Think about it. Think about when they get up, what they do when they're out there, and the things they have to deal with. It's not an easy job. So it takes a special person with special character to want to really love a job like that and get engaged with a job like that. And those temporary workers are how we find those golden nuggets in a pile. So I don't mind if it's voted down. I would hope that if you do, you would give me your support later on to put that money back into the budget at some point to apply those people to that position, because they are a necessary piece of the puzzle.
I have a potential proposal, Councilmember Gully. I believe the majority is proposing, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's a lot of numbers flying here, a lot of different things. I'm almost positive that the majority keeps that new position for the recycling, the assistant. I would propose to not, as recommended in our budget proposal, we propose not to fund that position. I would propose to shift that money rather than have like an administrative person. Let's get some troops on the ground. I totally support that. So let's get the laborers and take out that administrative position. I would be willing to support something like that rather than support that, and not that I'm going to support that anyway, but shift that money over to the real laborers and the temporary employees. So I'd be willing to support that rather than hiring a specialist, which I'm totally opposed to, and we recommended not. but we could take the majority, propose to take the majority's position and utilize it for troops on the ground.
President,
Yep, Councilmember Cummings.
I hear you. That position, because it's half paid for by the DEC, is only about $10,000, a little over, just barely over. And actually, maybe not even.
It says 20. It says
Right, but then you look under it. There's a commensurate state aid for 10.5, or
yeah,
which
but 20 of our money. So
right.
we,
No, it's 20 of ours, and then we get a grant for 10.5, and so it ends up only being about 10 of ours, because we get revenue by having that position. And so having a full-time position a full-time position for half a year for what ends up being $10,000 definitely will provide a tremendous amount of value as we, hopefully roll out a pay-as-you-throw program. But I'm also hearing, as in the feedback to the pay-as-you-throw, that what we need is some significantly increased recycling programs. So that's the purpose of this position, and I don't think it's anywhere near comparable. That being said, I am concerned with the impact of COVID in the early months of the year, and just wanted to check procedurally with the mayor about
he doesn't even know the number yet.
the potential for obviously hope it doesn't continue the way it is right now, but I assume this is what the existing contingency fund is for, not for generally hiring temporary workers, but if the staff continues to be this understaffed, hiring emergency employees to help fill in the gaps as folks are on leave, awaiting results from tests, etc. Do you have another process in mind to manage that risk in the first couple months, or are some of these temporary salaries required to manage that? Does that question make sense?
Are you asking the mayor or you're asking me?
I was asking the mayor, but either way.
Okay, no, go ahead.
I think Monica has a better grasp of the operational details. We are and would be relying at this point, without temporary help, we would be relying on overtime to complete routes if we lose a significant number of personnel on those teams.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking? What happens if we?
Yeah. What happens if current rates of vacancies remain? That seems pretty untenable. Hopefully that doesn't remain, but
So in a situation like we're at right now, just for an example, like with recycling the other day, we all heard the complaints about recycling. They got missed, especially Hillside, some of the east side. That was a direct result of the challenges. So garbage was picked up first. Obviously, that was the priority. And then they went back around and were able to grab. So the crews that stayed on for a couple extra hours in order to make sure that got completed. But what we've done in situations as well too is that some of the drivers from streets in an emergency situation like this, we can pull them and be able to have them assist as well. When you're bringing on these part-time employees, most of the time most oftentimes they're actually just a labor position or a sanitation worker position. We did get fortunate in this one round where we had somebody who had a CDL driver, and so it was kind of awesome because he can fill in for driving a truck and we pay him out of grade pay. So that's been a benefit as well too. So you do have those little moments where you might have a really good treasure in that group that you can actually implement into other positions as well too. But it's a management. I mean, Chuck is monitoring that closely. We stay in close contact with everybody, and it's tough because when they're driving those sanitation trucks, if one of those employees gets COVID, the entire truck is out. So, so we're really careful in monitoring that. We've seemed to, I'm going to knock on a lot of wood right now, isolate it and not have further issues going forward to this point. So we've done a lot of quick work. We did a lot of cleaning of those cabs and those vehicles in the areas. So you have to monitor it aggressively, but you also have to make sure that you have the ability to be flexible with staff. And that includes, you know, right now in this moment in time, because we have them, that includes the part-time staff, temporary staff.
Okay, further questions, discussion?
Council
We have
President?
Yep, just to clarify, this is on the motion. Council members,
This is on Councilman Gully's amendment.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
first of all, Councilman Gully, I definitely appreciate you putting that forth. And I especially appreciate your asking us that if we can't support it to, you know, to support it going forward, especially with the budget transfer. And you asked for a commitment to that, and I will make that commitment right now. I'm concerned about passing the amendment immediately because that 15,000 is almost, I know it sounds, it's not a lot, it's $1, I get it, but we're trying to dollar by dollar get this garbage fee down. And I don't want it to creep up slowly through these. Now, that being said, I am intrigued, and we're gonna have some conversation about number 12 coming up soon, because number 12, I actually wasn't even aware of that you had proposed, that the minority had proposed this, and I have no idea whether the administration agrees or not with it, but there's some savings in there that will actually help get the garbage fee down that we did not anticipate. And I'm interested in hearing what you have to say about that one. But because we're not there yet, we're on 11. Me personally, I'd like to keep that temp salaries reduced for the time being, but I 100%, I mean, first of all, the garbage issues, Jim, are all over the city. You know, I have certainly, you know, we have neighborhoods, we share neighborhoods that have huge garbage issues, especially neighborhoods that have those alleyways, right? The garbage problems in the alleyways are, you know, what can we say? It's disgusting, some of them. You know, I've got an issue I'm dealing with right now in my district where tenants are literally taking their garbage and throwing it out their back window into the backyard. I mean, you know, I don't know how you change that, but other than, you know, a lot of fines. But anyway, we definitely want to get control of that, and we will. So, you know, I'm not going to support the amendment just because I'm trying to keep our numbers moving toward that ultimate garbage fee. We're trying to get it to 195 or under. But I will definitely be open. I pledge that to you right now. I'll be open to you know, a future budget transfer to make that happen.
Well, Ken, I want to say how much I thank you for that. And the reality is, I'm okay with pulling the amendment. I just need to know that we understand the severity of what we're trying to do, which is get our city cleaner. And together we can do it. And if I can get that commitment from you, you know, and maybe, you know, the other majority members might think about the benefits. And I know for $1, it doesn't seem like a lot. And I agree. I would like to see that garbage fee come down, and I will pull the amendment on the basis that I can at least expect some sort of sincere effort to look at this after the budget. And I appreciate that, Ken.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. The amendment has been pulled. We'll go back to the original block amendment of Amendment 11, and we already have a motion. We have a second. Do we have further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No, I'm an aye, sorry.
Okay, no problem. It passes, block 11, 5-2. We are now on block 12.
I'm sorry, I missed somehow. Could the people who were ayes raise their hands again, please?
That's why I do the slow roll. Oh, no, I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you. I got.
Yep, Council President Mantello and Councilmember Ash McPherson are no. All right, block 12. Let's do it. We have a couple proposals from the minority. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ash McPherson, and Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Gully, take it away, please.
Are we on to the amendments that we addressed for 8170 and 8175?
Yes.
Okay, Ken, originally, I had requested that we take $40,000 out of that account because the original consultant fee from last year was 10,000. But after talking to the administration to find out the purpose of that, we looked at what the real number would be to make it satisfactory to handle the position of what they have to do with the pumps, and knew what we could actually take out to make this really a win-win for both. So after my discussion with the administration, we agreed that 25,000 out and 25,000 in would make the operation work good. And it would also allow us to utilize that 25,000 to lower the fee, which would bring us down about $1.60 through that one proposal. So on the other one, which says bulk pickup, was actually the compost program. And the compost program, I don't know why it says, I guess it's under consultant services, and I don't know why, but it was the compost program that was being generated for this year. And I had suggested that it would be better put towards a credit and a garbage fund for now. And I will be honest, I was asked that if the support would be there, if they were able to find the funding in a different direction and bring it to the city. And like you, I thought it was a sensible piece of the puzzle. So I agreed that in the future, we could do that if we could eliminate it now and take this off the back of the taxpayers. And I was told that that was reasonable and satisfiable. So I put it in there because I think it's important, and I hope that through my conversation, you can understand it and support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Let's get a motion in a second. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
On that.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. Now, further discussion, questions?
Council President.
Councilmember Cummings.
On the first one, I'd just like a little more detail. This is a major swing. I know it's a major project that has been being put off for quite some time. I was up on the landfill not long ago, and it definitely smells like methane, and the flares aren't working. And so I just want to check in on, and I know is this water pumps? What's being proposed precisely, and what does cutting it this much do to that ability?
So first of all, I'd like to clarify that because we did have people go up and test. We had a company, PSI, our environmental services company, on contract. We had go up and test the area at one of the residents called in regards to the smell of methane. So thank you, Anasha and Councilman Cummings, but there is no evidence of that up there as well. And what there is also is that there is sludge from the DPU plant that we got approval to move and maneuver around to help fill in some of the cracks and the concerns over there as well too. So that could be part of the concern and the smell that was done when the solar panels were installed. So that being said, this consulting services line, yes, it was originally slated at $50,000 year over year. We have about $10,000. If everybody recalls, we have an annual inspection that we're able to complete with that. We, ironically, over the last 2 years have been able to complete that inspection essentially through the construction project that's going on up there. There's been a lot of eyes and ears on that site. But that being said, when I first took over this position in 2016, I came into the fact that those pump stations hadn't been working. Couldn't tell you how long. There were cattails growing through the electrical panels. So if you remember correctly, Chris Whalen spent a tremendous amount of money and amount of time rebuilding those pump stations. They are back up and operational. We feel that perhaps, and this is a theory at this point in time, and we're working to see what we can do to justify that and to make some changes if needed, that with the development going upside of the landfill, so keep in mind that's on the other side of Winter Street, there's a lot of development up on top of the hill, the pastures, a lot of those areas that have been done since the landfill was created. The one pump that is on the downside of the landfill is actively working. It works a lot, and we think that it's groundwater. Actually, we've done testing on it as well too. So that being said, some of this monies were going to be engineering work to kind of take a look at that landfill and that pump station look. So the $10,000, we typically spend about 5 to 10 on the inspection on annual basis, and then be able to look to help modify plans for that site to look at the landfills, the pump station as a whole. The upside pump station doesn't seem to be having as many issues. It's the one on the, it might be just the way it was designed, is the landscape has changed around it. So we might need just to modify that a little bit.
Okay. Thank you.
So, I mean, while we would love to have, I mean, we originally proposed $50,000 so that if there was some active work that needed to be done to those pump stations or something like that, we had a pool of funding. Obviously, we know deferred maintenance has been the way of the world for city government for a long time. So we're trying to be proactive on that. That being said, you know, we can always come back on a project by project basis if we need to. It's not necessarily the greatest way to operate, but it's certainly something that we think at this point in time, you know, for $15,000 to $20,000, we could probably at least get started.
Okay. Well, getting started sounds good. So I'm all right with that. If you are, and then with regard to the composting program, you know, obviously I've been a proponent of composting for a very long time. I would like to see a composting pilot happen. I don't think that composting pilot should cost all the residents $1 per unit to do. So I do think it makes sense to look for another funding source in the new year to do that pilot. So I'm happy to work with you, Councilman Gully, towards that end. Unless I hear anything about, you know, would delaying it dramatically increase the cost of the pilot in some way. Obviously, the goal here is that this will decrease the bill for everyone in the future if it works well. So I do think it's worth an investment over the next year. But if a delay wouldn't dramatically increase the cost of that pilot, then I think it's okay to look for another funding source.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
I think this is awesome. First of all, this is savings that we missed. And by my calculation, that's you know, between the 25 and the 15, I think we would get the garbage fee down by $2.35 beyond what we've already gotten it down. Kudos to you, Jim, and the minority for finding these savings. I'm very much inclined to support them. Regarding the composting program, Councilman Cummings, the next item is the recycling specialist. And for $10,000, we should be able to get a jump start on the composting program by having a recycling specialist who can take on some composting duties as well. I know that Renee has you know, already been involved in that, and whoever this person might be that gets hired can certainly assist in that process. So we still get a fiscal benefit. Instead of 15,000, it'd be 10,000. So there's a little bit of savings there anyway. But this is great. I think we're gonna get that garbage fee down a little bit further. And one of my goals when we started this whole process was, you know, we knew going into it based on our own proposals, these are the majority proposals, that you know, there's no way that the garbage fee was going to stay at 180. And we knew when our comptroller did some calculations that we were looking at, if we just eliminated pay as you throw entirely, we were looking at $210 for the garbage fee or upwards of that. And we knew that was not acceptable. Like we could not have a $30 increase in the garbage fee in 1 year. So we were hoping to get that cut in half, you know, somewhere around 195. You know, the comptroller's office came back with a bunch of cuts that most of them were in number 11 there. They got it down to 196. We think with some additional savings, we get it to 195. I'm thinking now we're going to be closer to 193. And my ultimate goal was 190. I don't know if Andy remembers a while back, I sent an email saying, hey, what would it take to be at 190 for the garbage fee? Because I think a $10 increase, no one wants an increase, but $10 seems reasonable over a year's period of time as we try and transition into a new way of handling garbage. And I feel like we're getting there. And I will say this proposal helps us get closer, helps get that fee down to where I'd really like to see it. So thank you for putting it forward, and I'll be supporting this amendment.
Council President,
Councilmember Gully.
hey, while I appreciate all the acknowledgement, I really want to have some clarity. While I put these numbers together, I was with the minority members. We grilled for probably about 3.5, 4 hours and just kind of started from the top down. So while I appreciate the accolade, it goes to our team. They were part of it, and I don't want to spoil anything, but I just want to try to improve things. And I really humbly appreciate your support. And I think that this is better for the people, and we'll move on those projects as we move forward together.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully, for clarifying that. And yes, we have been working nonstop over the past week. Thank you again. So further questions, discussion on the minorities amendments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. The first minority proposal to go forward, Block 12, passes 7-0.
Council President,
Yes.
I think can we take a moment and acknowledge that we have a unanimous bipartisan vote?
Block.
After having,
One out of 20.
after spending the evening being chided for voting our conscience, I want to be acknowledged that we are continuing to vote our conscience.
Okay, duly noted, Councilmember Steele. But still, the scorecard, listen, if you're playing a football game and you only cross the goal line once out of 20, you're in trouble, okay? Block 13. Block 13, we have a majority proposal. Council members Zaluski, Steele, McDermott, and Cummings to hire a recycling specialist. 20K proposal, 10K grant. I will take a motion and a second and discuss.
Make a motion.
Motion, Council members Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. On the discussion, even though, and I know I am definitely in the minority on this one, but I wholeheartedly do not support hiring an administrative person. And once again, I will make a motion to amend this amendment. Even though we're getting a 10 grand grant, we can certainly turn that down. Saying that I'd like to hire 2 temporary folks. I believe, now is it, Andy, a $30,000 position with 10 grand state money, or is it a 20? I'm sorry, yeah. Or is it a 20 with 10 grand?
It's a 50% reduction.
6 months, cut in half.
Okay. So saying that, I will make a motion to actually utilize this money to not hire a recycling specialist, administrative person, I see July 1st, and use that money for Councilmember Gully and Councilmember Ash McPherson. And I felt very strongly about the temporary, but not to try to raise that fee. So I'll make a motion instead of hiring an administrative to hire temporary laborers.
I'll second it.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Steele.
just to clarify, this is not an administrative position. And this is actually going to be critical to our community as we transition to whatever, whether it's pay as you throw or whatever. What we've heard consistently is our city does not recycle at its capacity. And so we need to push out into the community, better education, better communication, and this position is critical for that. This person will work with Renee, will not be supervising, but will be a community educator. And I think it's highly critical.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. I would add, that's Renee's job. Renee is our recycling coordinator. She is. And
Adding every time.
I just want to state, I see Renee's role, educating folks, et cetera. Councilmember Cummings.
Sorry, it throws me off when we get interrupted every time in the middle of discussion. But that being said, this position nets out to about a $10,000 cost next year. One which, we all recognized in the process of pay as you throw that we could save about $200,000 by recycling better. This is a position that with any reasonable success in this position, it will more than pay for itself by helping increase recycling rates within the city. And I think it's important to invest in it, both to increase the awareness in our community around recycling, as well as increase our ability to roll out those programs. Renee's position is much more complex in program development, etc. And it's critically important to have someone that's able to really go out and do that education work.
Okay, we can agree to disagree. Further discussion? Andy, I just had a question. I see in the budget, so the recycling specialist is at 39,198. The majority, I take it, has 19,599. So by essentially they cut it in half, correct?
Yes, by delaying the hire.
Got it. Okay. To July 1st. Very good. I just wanted to understand that math. I clearly don't have the votes for the temporary folks, the on-the-ground troops, but I do plan to go forward with the vote. Further discussion? All in favor of the amendment to the majority's amendment? Aye. We have 3 in favor. Those opposed?
No.
Or opposed? And the amendment to the amendment fails. Back to the original amendment. We have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion? I'm going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully?
No.
Councilmember Ash McPherson?
Sorry, no.
Councilmember Steele?
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski?
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott?
Yes.
And Council President Mantello, just my final words on this. Folks are being told we want to save every dollar on the dollar. And, we want to get that money down. And we saw that the 180 wasn't realistic. Well, guess what, folks? It was realistic. Unfortunately, what you're seeing tonight is a willingness to, unfortunately, not support some real common sense, not freezing positions, another reassessment update that unfortunately was decided to do half and half, which really makes no sense. But more importantly, what this position does is essentially it puts an administrative person in the special recycling department with the recycling coordinator, but the recycling coordinator is not to do education. The new recycling specialist is to do the education. Saying that, I vote no. The amendment carries 4-3. We have 14, revenue interfund transfer, council members Zaluski, Steele, McDermott, and Cummings. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Motion, council member Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second,
Second, council member Steele. Discussion.
Council President.
Council member Zaluski.
All right, so now we arrive at the moment of truth. These are the last two lines that are the transfers from the general fund into the garbage fund. So there's not really much to discuss on whether to vote or not for them. The numbers are coming from the general fund, but now this is Andy's time to shine and to let us know where we stand with everything. Andy, do you need extra time or?
This transfer needs to be amended to 24471, and then I need time. I need probably 10 minutes to, I would like 10 minutes if I know it's late, but I would like 10 minutes to proof this.
Yep.
'Cause I already know state aid needs to be amended in the garbage fund. So I need time to look at this, if that's okay with the council, please.
Yes, we are going to pause for a 10-minute break. We will be back at.
Well, let's make the amendment first.
Can you vote, please, on the interfund transfer 24471? Because that at this point is a ministerial act because it was approved in general.
Okay,
Yeah, so
I wasn't sure if you were totally good with the 244471. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second on the 244471 discussion.
We did have a motion and a second already?
Yes, you motion, Councilmember Steele seconded. Yep.
That was on item 14, but we have not amended it yet. So I'm going to motion to amend the 35854 to be 24471.
Okay, on the amendment to the amendment, do we have a motion? Yes. Do we have a second?
second,
Second, Councilmember Steele on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-2 carries on the amendment to the amendment. On the amended amendment, do we have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
second,
Second, Councilmember Steele on the amended amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-2, the amended amendment carries. Now, we can take a break until 10 o'clock, 9:50. We'll be back at 10 p.m. Andy's going to do some magic. And we don't need a motion.
Council President, don't we have to do 15
No, we have to wait for Andy's numbers, I believe. Correct, Andy?
or 15?
For 15.
I suppose we could vote on 15 now. It doesn't.
15 was with, on the general fund side, 15 was withdrawn on the general fund side.
Right.
But 15 was withdrawn.
Yep.
Well, the correlating expense was withdrawn on the general fund.
Yep.
Okay.
Got it. Okay, now we will take a moment to break for 10 minutes. Now 9 minutes. See you back here at 10 p.m. on the dot. Thank you.
I think we have to chip in and send Andy that bottle of Jack after this is all over, because he looks like he's gonna need a break. And don't worry, we'll send some apple juice for Bo, Andy. This way he's got something to drink with you.
Maybe 2 bottles.
Listen, in my life, one is never enough.
All right, Andy, where are you?
It is freezing in my house. I had to go check to see if my heat went off.
That's good. It keeps you awake.
Oh, I gotta go take a shot of tequila.
You're live.
I know. Sorry, I'll be right back. I just gotta do my meds.
Fair enough. We're happy to see that you're feeling better.
This is my third budget. And this has been the longest one, I think.
Actually, I think the.
Yeah, no,
longest-
2016, I think we were here till 11:30.
Yes,
Oh, that's right. We were. Then we came back on New Year's Eve.
yep, 2016.
That's right.
I remember a
Like-
Friday after Thanksgiving, a Saturday.
How could I forget that?
I don't know.
All those good times I just kind of put out of my mind.
We're just getting started, though. There's plenty more in these meetings.
I'm glad you're so happy about that, Anasha.
Okay.
193.22.
Close.
I was writing all the numbers as we were going along.
Is there going to be a drum roll?
I have another amendment.
Uh-oh.
Pensions.
Oh, yeah. What I'm gonna do is, well, let me do this. I had to switch computers, so I just need to close this. Schedule. File.
Mayor, was that tequila?
If it was tequila, it would have been bigger.
So you're not sharing?
Jim's disguising something there.
Just water, Ken. Why would you say that?
All right, is everyone ready?
Indeed, we are ready.
Some of us are
Okay,
ready.
so the first step in doing this is this amendment, which is, I numbered it 16, Amendment 16. It adjusts all of the pension accounts related to the employment retirement system that have been changed. All pension accounts change anytime you change any applicable salary account.
Yep.
So this is live as of tonight. What I did was, if the council's okay with it, it's a decrease of $521 to the contingency in the general fund. It is I do not have it offsetting. This is meant to decrease expenses in the garbage fund, $2,784. However, state aid also needs to be decreased $1,193. Water, it's an increase of $1,781. As I referenced in my memo this morning, Chris Whalen requested that it be, that account number F8330303 be decreased any amount resulting from the pension change, so it's a decrease of $1,781. Pension and sewer increases $485. It's being taken out of the interfund transfer for the CSO project.
Hey, Andy, just a question. On the bottom, I mean, can you go back up to the top of the page? Is this going to be included with the budget legislation?
Yes, it says water, just so, it says water fund at the top, just so I had a clean sheet to work on.
Okay, so you'll change that heading?
Everything will be allocated out by fund like the Schedule A's currently are.
Amendment motion? Or,
We're still waiting on Andy.
So that's the first amendment that has to be considered in order to finish the amendments.
Very good. All right, we have amendment number 16, amending the pensions accordingly. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I can't see everybody because Andy's got his screen shared, so we.
Laura, it was unanimous.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
So, taking all of the amendments that have been approved tonight into consideration, the garbage fee is $192.72.
Okay.
That will require a amendment to the revenue accounts. But that is where the fee sits as we sit here right now.
Okay, so bear with me.
Andy, we typically round up or down.
Well, I usually round, yes, I usually round up to the nearest whole dollar and plug it to contingency.
So 193.
All right, so now, Andy, where is the revenue account on the chart?
So it would be two amendments. So well, it's going to be more than two. Let's see. So that's 3113.
Come here.
It'll get us a third of the way to those part-time positions.
Okay, so number 14 will have to amend, correct?
I can write a new amendment if you would like. I just want to make sure I'm balancing it right now.
Okay, yep, take your time.
I'm just going to go on mute for 1 minute.
Doesn't look like you're on mute, so be careful.
All right, so then there's this amendment right here in light gray, which amends in order to have a garbage fee in 2021 of $193 per unit. It's a decrease in revenue to the garbage fee of $48,395. It is a decrease to commercial pickup of $2,340 and an increase in contingency for rounding purposes of $4,777, which balances the garbage fund budget. Total appropriations and revenues would then be $4,627,920.
Okay, it's all square, Andy?
It's all square.
All right.
General fund balance, all funds balance after this amendment.
Okay, we have amendment number 17 to revenue. Everyone has it up on their screen. I will take a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Cummings. Discussion. I'm going to save my comments for the overall budget. Anyone else? Okay, we will take a slow roll. I can only see certain people with the screen up. Councilmember Gully,
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson, hello? You're on mute and your video's gone. We'll come back to Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Steele,
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaluski,
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
I will save my comments for the overall budget. I vote no. And Councilmember Ash McPherson, I'm hoping that you can come back. Are you frozen? Okay, Councilmember Ash McPherson is frozen, but I don't think she is frozen. Hold on, I'm gonna get her on speaker. Just so,
Hey, I'm sorry. I don't know what is going on. I'm restarting it again.
no problem. We are on the garbage fee and it's a slow roll and I came back for you. What is your vote?
I am a no.
Okay, I'm gonna keep you on speaker till you come back. Councilmember Ash McPherson's a no. The motion or the amendment carries 5-2. Mara, Council President Mantello and Councilmember Ash McPherson are in the no. Andy, what's next on the docket? Pension? Or we did pension.
We did pension. Those are,
Okay, anything else?
those are the two amendments that I had.
Okay, fair enough. We are now done, I believe, with the budget amendments. We will go to the full resolution. So bear with me. We already have a motion and I just have to jump screens, guys, sorry. This is resolution 113. We already have a motion. We have a second. It has been amended, resolution 113, just to restate it, adopting the mayor's recommended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2021, or adopting an amended budget, which it certainly was amended, for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2021. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion, questions? Okay, I'm going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Council members, while I see that we worked hard through this, I'm a little disappointed that we didn't keep 2 more people on the street. And I'm a little disappointed in some of the funding that we put into positions, but I understand that there's always different opinions no matter where you stand. The budget itself, I'm not gonna beat feet here. I don't think what we can gain, I can express my unhappiness with it, but I think that we've put a lot of hours in here, and I think that Andy did a great job of putting these numbers together. I'm gonna say yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say that, you know, when I first saw this budget, I was told you're going to like some parts of it and I'm going to hate some parts of it. And that was my conversation with Mayor Madden. And he was 100% correct. There's things in here that I did like. There's things in here that I saw where he worked at it, where the deputy mayor and Andy really worked at it. What I'm not happy with, and I made it clear all along, is the pay as you throw. I would have been like to say, yeah, I can vote for this budget, but because of this and because of the way things went down, I can't. So my vote's going to be a no.
Councilmember Steele.
As I said earlier, this is my first budget. Certainly was a learning experience, and I appreciate everyone's cooperation, particularly the administration and their understanding. Overall, I think that what we've done represents a good balance. We're in the middle of a unprecedented pandemic. The administration has done an amazing job, and although people keep saying City Hall's closed, that doesn't mean the work is not going on. And so I commend all of those who are going on. And I feel that what we've done in this budget takes us to another level. We aren't stuck in the sand. We're not kicking the can down the road. We have made some important initiatives, particularly in tackling garbage, and hopefully with the recycling specialist, with the litter enforcement officer, we will make some important strides in educating the community towards a way that we can tackle the garbage fee. I think what we've learned tonight and what we have to convey to our residents, if we don't do something drastic, the garbage fee is only going to continue to rise, and it will rise exponentially unless we do something drastic. So I hope we remain open to the concept of pay as you throw or something similar. With that in mind, thank you to all, and I vote yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. Councilmember Cummings.
This is my third budget, and it was a tough one. It was a tough process for me in particular because there was a good plan on the table to dramatically reduce the cost of trash, of the trash fee, and to overhaul the way those services were operated. I understand the pushback and the concern around that, and I think we're just at the start of an important process to make that work in the future. But so that being said, again, I'll echo my colleagues' statements around thanking everyone for their cooperation and participation in this process. It was definitely a tough one. I was not on the council the first time the trash funding created this scale of confusion or disarray in the budget, but I was about to be in the council at the time, so I certainly remember what you all went through at that time, and I think we've gotten through this with a lot more collaboration and a lot more forward thinking, and a lot less, a lot more on time budget. So I'm glad to work together with everybody on that, and glad to work on moving forward with these important programs in the future. So I vote yes.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Zaluski.
I don't have too much more to offer. Councilperson Steele captured a lot of my remarks along with Councilman Cummings and Councilman Gully. Budgets are about compromise. And, the budget that we received from the administration was already a pretty tight budget. There wasn't a lot of room for movement in that budget. In the past, now I've been involved with multiple budgets, and we were able to hack and slash and move things around in a pretty substantial manner. This one, not as much. If you really look at the difference between the majority proposals and the minority proposals, there's not a whole lot of difference there. Minority was basically, defunding a position entirely. We're saying delay hiring, but pretty much we're on the same page with a lot of those positions. I do appreciate the fact that we did work together on at least a few of the proposals. So I would say that's some level of compromise. In the future, working together earlier on would probably be a benefit to all of us. But overall, I mean, I've been involved in some budgets that were really like circuses. And, I've been involved in budgets where we didn't even pass the budget, in which case the budget reverted to the original proposed budget, but ended up having, balancing errors or issues. I will say that the fact that we seem to be coming together on this one and voting for the amended budget is good. If we didn't vote for it, we would actually be voting on, or the original budget, which was a pay-as-you-throw based budget, would be taking effect, except that we'd have a $1.1 million deficit because we wouldn't have a pay-as-you-throw revenue from the bag income. So we'd have a problem there. So it was either create a problem, create a fiscal problem for the city, or work through this and put forth a fiscally responsible budget, which I think this is. We all got a little bit of what we wanted. We all got a little bit of what we didn't want. But overall, I think this is great for the city. And I proudly vote yes on this.
Okay, Councilmember McDermott.
Thank you. This is my first budget, and I never dreamed that I would spend so much time going through numbers in a budget. But I would like to just voice my concerns. One displeasure that I have in the budget is some significant raises for people. We are going through a tough time, as many are dealing with financial stress and uncertainty at this time, but there are so many positives to this budget. Therefore, I will be voting yes for this.
Thanks, Councilmember McDermott and Council President Mantello. And yes, there are some positives in the budget. I've stated that all along. I certainly support the mayor's original proposal for the youth coordinator / supervisor, the $125,000 for demolition, and some other proposals in the budget. But, a couple comments kind of surprised me this evening. As many folks know, the minority last week, we worked very hard over several days, and we worked with Andy, and I want to thank Andy. I want to thank Monica. She spent quite a bit of time with the minority at different times. So did Andy. And I want to thank them because we did try to put forward some proposals that, really didn't take a scalpel out, didn't slash any of the raises that Councilmember McDermott stated, even though we weren't happy with them. We didn't eliminate any positions that we thought might have been something non-essential. So we kept our proposals very conservative, very sane, and very methodical. And unfortunately, every step of the way this evening, to the point where the minority actually took a majority position and proposed to hire that person earlier, I'm sorry, I have to get Council Member Ash McPherson off now that she's on. To the point where that youth specialist, I truly believe that True Colors came out during that proposal. That proposal was something very, non-political. Let's hire them in January. The deputy mayor confirms that the proposal makes sense. Get the person on board as soon as possible, but yet, unfortunately, the majority had to shoot that down. And in my opinion, I've been involved in some really rough and tumble budgets as the mayor, and Monica and Andy know. And it did get personal at times at these prior budgets. So I do appreciate the semi-civility. Some of us got a little heated at times, but it wasn't horrible. So I do appreciate that. I also appreciate the majority taking the minorities' proposals from last week and kind of cutting them in half and utilizing our proposals in a good way. But unfortunately, they didn't go far enough. My concern with this budget is, number one, there are still items in the budget that point to pay-as-you-throw system. And even though, as Councilmember Ash McPherson stated, somebody corrected her that texted me and said pay-as-you-throw isn't in there. Well, some items are in the 2021 budget for a potential pay-as-you-throw in 2022, and the majority's proposal does call for a 2022 pay-as-you-throw. I adamantly cannot support that, but more importantly, the majority's proposal is still going forward with a reassessment update. It's not a full reassessment, folks, but it's a reassessment update. The majority still is hiring some positions that were unfunded all year. And we heard tonight, we're really striving to save every dollar on the dollar. If that was the case, then you would have taken some of the proposals of the minority. You would have gotten that garbage fee at 180 where it is now. But instead, the taxpayers are going to have to pay $12 and some odd cents a year more for the same service. The garbage fee continues to go up and up and up. And we talk about it constantly, when it was temporary, when it was proposed to be temporary, then when permanent. So unfortunately, I can't support this budget because I know, without even taking a scalpel out, without cutting raises for some of the exempt folks and things to that nature, we proposed something very sane. The majority refused to go with any of our proposals. That 192 could have been brought to 180. Additionally, services would have continued the same. The majority's budget that is in place right now is not going to improve service. And so saying that, what our proposals would have done was continued in a very difficult and challenging period of COVID, would have continued the services at the same time, save the taxpayers some money. And even though some people may say, oh, it's only $12.70, we could have saved the taxpayers that $12.70. So I am voting no. I'm disappointed. And yeah, we move forward and move on. So thank you. The vote carries 5-2. We will now head on over to Resolution 114. Resolution 114.
Council President?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yep.
I don't think we ever did 95.
Yeah, we have to go back to that. We're not doing that yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I talked to Andy about the process, and so needless to say, we're going to do the resolutions and then we're going to go back. Okay. Resolution 114. Resolution determining that proposed action is a type 2 action for purposes of the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zalewski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second, Councilmember Steele. This is a seeker, I believe, for the DPW garage. Yes.
No, the first one is for the water supply stuff. The public
Oh,
utility.
I'm sorry, 114. Yep.
Got to read it further in.
Very good. Sosa City's water plant pump station, further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Resolution 114 carries 7-0. Resolution 115, resolution determining that certain Department of Public Works facilities improvement projects will not have a significant effect on the environment. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion. Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion, I noticed Andy probably had to run to take a quick break. Monica, you may know, or the mayor, just overall, for all of the proposed bondings, the time frame of this, and I believe the payments wouldn't begin until 2022, if I am correct. And then when does Andy anticipate going out to the market?
So the public works garages. So this specific resolution 115 is for the construction of the new facility. So, and then the new salt storage. So obviously we can't do the salt storage until after the season's done. So they'll start immediately doing the engineering work and the planning work for this. We've already, for the new facility itself, in point one there, the construction of a new DPW building. So we've already taken steps to get the temporary job trailer for them to be able to relocate into. So that will take place if it hasn't already. And then we can start the deconstruction of that once we have the engineering documents ready to go. So this will be hopefully a completion by the end of the year, if not early next year, for all of this stuff. And then, yes, so it's a ban, and it's, if you remember the analysis that Andy sent over, it was a 7-year ban. Now that they've extended those, so that first payment will be in 2022. And this would be something that we would go out. The authorization allows us to at least get it out to bid and get it underway. And then they'll, I believe he said he would go out in January with bonding in February, like we typically do the early one that we do every single year.
Okay.
For the two.
Gotcha, in the spring. And just real quick, I noticed that Siemens were calling the DPW, the facilities, as a Siemens Phase 3. Is there a reason it's a part of Phase 3?
So it's a part of Phase 3 because if you remember the pro forma that Andy sent over, the savings included in that is included in their pro forma. So that's part of their guaranteed savings program for us. We are financing it outside of Siemens. Unlike, remember we financed through Siemens the first time around?
Yeah.
We're actually finance ourselves this time.
Okay, that was my question. So even though it's part of, their renewable project, et cetera, they're not handling the finance.
Correct. We're doing financing ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Further questions, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, resolution 115 carries 7-0. Resolution 117, resolution determining that proposed action is a type 2 action for purposes of
116.
Did I jump one?
Yeah.
Okay, one.
Should be page 37.
We just did 115, so 116.
Yes.
Right, on page 37 of the document.
Yeah, that's resolution 116.
Right.
Resolution determining that proposed action is a type 2 action for purposes of the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Ish.
I don't know what's going on. I keep on getting thrown off of Zoom, so I don't think you can see me. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yep.
We
Okay.
can see and hear you. Yep.
All right.
Are you second?
No, I'm not.
Okay, Resolution 116, do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Resolution 117, resolution determining that proposed action is a type 2 action for purposes of the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, and just for the record, 116 was the streetlights. So 117, do we have a motion?
Motion.
Councilmember Zaluski motions. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. This is hopefully to fund many of our pocket park improvements. And Monica, I'm super excited about this proposal. If we could just, keep the council in the loop on which parks, which improvements, all of that, that'd be great.
Absolutely. James will probably, as long as he knows it's improved, James will be all on this tomorrow.
Sounds good. Okay, Resolution 117, a motion and second, further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, Resolution 118, resolution determining, bear with me, that proposed action is a type 2 action for purposes of the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele, discussion. This one's on the golf course.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
I just wanted to clarify, these seekers are on the funding, not necessarily the actual work, or has a full seeker been, just because we are draining wetlands here. So I wanted to double check that we don't need to be doing a more in-depth environmental review.
From where they thought, because it's ouch. Sorry, my phone just dinged. No, because Paul Reichel was the one who did the seeker. And then he didn't feel that because it was renovations to the existing facility. He didn't feel that it was necessary. Obviously, if it's something that we come into major changes with, because the architect didn't present it, so.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
keep it in the loop on that.
Absolutely.
It needs to be amended.
I do know that Chris is working with Greg on actually, as you know, the two dams we have there are part of our hazard program as well too. So I know Greg is working with Chris on those as well too, to hopefully help with some additional drainage.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Good question. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, Reso 118 carries 7-0. Resolution 119, bond resolution of the City Attorney of New York authorizing the issuance of $3 million serial bonds to finance the cost of the reconstruction of the city water system. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully, discussion.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Andy, can you give me a little bit of information on this, please?
I can. I just need to. So this is for. I have to pull up Chris's email. So this is for two different things. Part one of this project is there's cone valves that need to be replaced at the Eddy Lane pump station because they're no longer serviceable. So Chris said the company that makes the valves went out of business and we're unable to get the parts. And the second is to repair and the concrete basins that contain the water in order for it to be treated. Then those need to be restructured. Without this concrete work, the water plant will not be able to function at its current capacity. So it's upkeep of the current infrastructure at Eddy Lane Pump Station and the basins at the water plant itself.
And this 3 million, is this being pulled at one? When are you looking at using the bonding for this?
So I'll issue it in tranches depending on how Chris needs it. We'll look at the project budget over the 6-month periods. I had to step out for a second. I know the deputy mayor was talking about, I think, the Siemens project and issuing a piece of it in February. We'll do the same thing is issue it in pieces as it's required under the project budget itself.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Any other questions? Discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, Resolution 119 carries 7-0. Resolution 120, bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $1.265 million serial bonds to finance the construction and renovation of the Department of Public Works buildings. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. And Andy, now that you're back and kind of settled, and this is just for everyone, I want to make it clear, like, nobody likes, bonding, and, we have close to $13 million here, but many of the projects are necessary. Obviously, the DPW, the structures, et cetera. I guess, the big question is, right now, we're authorizing the bonding. I'm praying that there's not a whole lot of anticipated bonding down the road in 2021. Do you foresee more bonding? Mine is obviously an emergency, or do you feel this will be adequate for 2021?
Capital plan wise, this covers the entire so this is the entire capital plan. These are the type of expense. No one, like you said, no one likes the bond.
Right.
These are the type of expenses if you're going to issue bonds. This is the type of expenses that you want to use them for. Could there be more bond resolutions coming in 2021? There could be. We just brought South Troy Roadway Phase 2. Where that goes, that could be, but that's 80% reimbursable. As we sit here today, I don't foresee any other bond resolutions off the top of my head. I don't want to make that promise, though.
Yeah.
It depends. Go ahead.
I want to put it out there because I don't want to hear this conversation 6 months down the road because nobody notified. And I think Steve actually talked about it in the planning committee meeting, that the Monument Square project, depending on where it is in process and planning, there could be something potentially that could come down the pike with that. Not sure what it would be. So that's, so that's one of the things that's kind of outstanding out there is the Monument Square site. But Steve talked about that during his planning meeting. and discuss that, as something that would be coming down the pike. I do know that they're trying to get through planning with some conceptual approvals. So I just want to make sure it's out there, it's on your radar, and you aren't surprised by it coming down the road if it does come in later in the year. I have no idea what it is, so.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Deputy Mayor, can you tell me, this is the work that is going to be done on the DPW building that holds a lot of the equipment or any of the offices?
So resolution 120, that the one you're looking at right now. So
Yeah.
this is the garage when you pull in closer to the Little League on that side, the big building on the left where they put the big equipment, and then at the end of where the salt shed backs up to the back of it, it's that. So this is the repair to the roof. It's the facade treatments and facade work and roof. Yep.
So it's not to the whole building per se, just because you're not redoing the whole building, just the roof and.
It's a lot of the building.
It is a lot.
It's got good bones.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering, for that amount of money, are you not taking it down and rebuilding it a whole new one, or I'm just trying to.
Yeah, that's the next proposal. This one is fixing the existing. As soon as we can get that salt shed off of that, that's creating a lot of the damage in the backside of it. And that's compromising the facade. So the new roof and the facade with that, Aaron's actually on the call as well. He's been over there and inspected it. And he's the one, he said it's got good bones, so we can make sure that we keep that intact. And then it's a really good buffer for the use that's on the north side of that as well too, with the Little League being there.
Right.
But then the next one is the full replacement building that you're referring to.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions?
Sure.
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
Given the proximity, I guess, do you have plans for expanded use or reuse at the current facility?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
You have plans for basically, you're building a second new building, planning to basically expand the total space with the new building, or are you considering reusing the current building as, it's right next to the Little League? I've often thought about it as theoretical expansion, community center kind of space.
So that building on the north side of the site will maintain as a garage facility. And then the new building will expand itself, hopefully be able to wrap Sean Kiley's shop, which is down in the back of that on the east side of that building. Be able to absorb that into the site where the traffic building now sits, which will come down. And then remember, we took the house right next door to the traffic building. We foreclosed on that, and then we took it down so that we can expand the footprint of that area as well too.
So at the end of this, we'll have a significantly increased footprint.
Not significantly, because the only thing you're really adding on to is the area of where the house went down, and not even maybe the full site.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks.
Yep.
Okay. Further questions, discussion? Okay, resolution 120, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 120 carries 7-0. Resolution 121, bond resolution in City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $3.370 million serial bonds to finance the construction of a Department of Public Works building. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Cummings. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Reso 121 carries 7 ayes, 0 noes. 122, bond resolution, City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $620,000 serial bonds to finance the construction of a building to be used as a salt storage facility. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Resolution 122 carries, 7 ayes, 0 noes. Resolution 123, bond resolution in the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $645,000 serial bonds to finance the street lighting replacement projects. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Resolution 123 carries 7-0. Resolution 124, bond resolution in the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $2 million serial bonds to finance the improvement and embellishment of existing parks, playgrounds, and recreational areas in the City of Troy. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Reso 124 carries 7-0. We're going to jump back. We're going to jump back now to, I believe, Ordinance 94.
You still have
There's resolution
125.
Resolution 125.
Oh, I didn't go to the next page. Oh, geez. Thank you. for having that on my toes. It's that golf course again. All right, Resolution 125, bond resolution in the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $725,000 serial bonds to finance the reconstruction and improvement of the golf course in the City of Troy. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion? I just want to say I do appreciate last year, if you recall, there was a $3 million proposal. I do appreciate the administration and the superintendent working to put that more in a phased approach. So I appreciate this approach much better, and thank you. Further questions, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Reso 125 carries 7-0. I was just wondering who was still awake. Ordinance 94. Ordinance 94, ordinance authorizing the city to create certain capital projects and amending the capital projects fund budget to fund those projects. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 7-0. Ordinance 94. Last ordinance, Ordinance 95, ordinance appropriating the various amounts of funds in the City of Troy budget for the fiscal year 2021 and levying taxes on all taxable property within the City of Troy in the amount required to raise sufficient revenue by property taxes for the fiscal year 2021 budget. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
I will make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion? All in favor?
Council President,
Discussion, Councilmember Gully.
I'm sorry, I'm a little lost here. I apologize.
Okay, Ordinance 95.
Yep. And can we get an explanation on this?
This ordinance lets me print tax bills in a few weeks. Is the easiest way to put it. It also puts money in all the budget that was approved on Resolution 113. This puts all the money into the accounts. And the bigger thing is sets the tax levy for the general fund, which does not need to be amended. It is as listed in sections 4 and 5 and allows us to move forward with tax bills, begin the process.
And the re-levy is of, what is that, of property taxes that were owed, or is this coming from other areas?
So this is just for, the re-levy will come, the re-levy vote will be sometime in December. We'll start that process next week. This just levies the 2021 property, city tax liens onto taxable properties in the city.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, Councilmember Gully. Anyone else?
Yeah, Council President.
Yes, Councilmember.
Just a quick question, Andy. I just out of curiosity, maybe I'm not reading it correctly, but the amount in section 4 and the amount in section 5 differ slightly, well, by about $700,000. What's the difference between the two amounts there?
The amount in section 4 is the total monies that are required to balance the general fund budget. Then the bigger number, 26.7, the city has what's called a tax overlay. In the private sector, it's an allowance for doubtful accounts. It assumes for unpaid taxes to make sure that the city raises enough funds to have a balanced budget in the fiscal year. It's a practice that's been done for years within the city and is also recommended by the State Comptroller's Office and is reviewed as part of their budget review.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, concerns?
Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
So Andy, I guess I'm just trying to read into this. Is this saying that we're going to take $680,000 and just add it to the tax bills because we have a shortfall?
It's an assumption of three things. We assume $1.1 million of uncollected taxes. We then take out $1 million of prior year tax collection. Those are both based off of historical collection amounts. I go back and I look at the last 3 years and take that into consideration. And then there is a $580,000 provision for unpaid school taxes for the 2018-19 school tax year that the city has to pay the Troy School District next April. We have to make the school district whole, and that is part of the tax overlay calculation. It's been the same calculation. I mean, I use the same formula that Joe used. And we print reports, we look at collections, there's backup to all of that.
Any other questions, discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, Mara, there's 4 ayes, 3 noes. Councilmember Gully, McPherson, Council President Mantello are in the no. In case I don't know if you saw or not. Okay.
Got it, thank you.
Yep, no problem. All right, we are done with this agenda. I will take a motion to adjourn in a second, but before we do that, we're going to go right into the special. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned, folks. Let's get into the special meeting.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
can I please ask for just a minute or so, 2 minutes? I just can't sit here any longer. You gotta give me a minute.
No problem. We're gonna take a very, very short 4-minute break, 11:10. We will come back, okay? Thank you.
Hey, real quick,
So I just want to make sure now we're doing, Carm? I just wanted to check on you. We're good.
All right, I think we're good to go. It's 11:11. Make a wish that we end by midnight. I'm kidding.
I think we all know whose hands that stands in.
All right. Kim is off again. Nope, you're okay. All right. We're going to open the special meeting minus, okay, everyone's here. Thank you very much for joining us. It is still Tuesday night, November 24th, and it is 11:12. We have a special meeting and I'll open it up and request maybe Councilmember Steele. Why don't you lead us in the pledge, please? You're on mute.
I just realized. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. Mara, roll call.
Councilmember Gully,
Here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Still here.
Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Councilmember Cummings,
Okay. Present.
Councilmember Zaluski,
Here.
Councilmember McDermott,
Here.
Council President Mantello.
Here.
7 present, none absent.
Thank you, Mara. Presentation, everything that was passed in finance earlier this evening is now on the special meeting. And I believe, Mara, we have no one for the public forum.
That's correct. No one signed up.
Thank you. No local laws. We'll go right into Ordinance 91.
Ordinance amending Chapter 270 of the Troy City Code, Councilmember Zaluski, at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
So move.
Councilmember Steele motions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Ordinance 91 passes 6 ayes, 1 no.
Ordinance 92. I'm sorry, that
Ordinance
referred-
90,
Yep, that was referred to GS, sorry. Ordinance,
no, Ordinance
that one.
92 is the golf fees, yep.
Ordinance 92.
Okay. It's getting late. Ordinance amending Chapter 216 of the Troy City Code, Councilmember Cummings, at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Ordinance 92 passes 6 ayes, 1 no.
Ordinance 93 is referred to general services. That is the pay as you throw for folks watching. And we are going to jump to Resolution 113, Mara.
Resolution adopting the mayor's recommended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2021, or adopting an amended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2021. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. I'm going to ask for a slow roll. Mara? Oh, I'm sorry, discussion. Okay, slow roll.
Sorry, Council President, what ordinance is this, 94?
This is Resolution 113, the budget. Go ahead, Mara. Slow roll.
Councilmember
Back to
Gully,
it
please.
again. I'm really not happy with the, I am. May I explain my vote? Do I have that ability?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You're muting on and off. You're all set now.
Am I?
You're
Is
muted.
that better? I'm sorry.
You're
My
fine.
palm keeps touching one button while my finger touches the space bar, and my fingers just aren't that long. It's just the way it is. Look, I realize that in this budget, the minority was not recognized for most of what I thought were reasonable positionable cuts. Now, in our effort to get that garbage fee down to 180, I also realized that it would really strip a lot of different pieces of the puzzle, but we wanted to put that into manpower, which I think was pretty reasonable, and our community police officers. You know, and we're still fighting for that. But the problem here is that we're in a really no-win situation with that. And I think the numbers were pushed as far as we could take it. I don't know where we could go from here, but I think that bringing that garbage fee down to 193 was a little better than what we had calculated on our own calculations for that fee. Would we like it lower? Yes. But I realized that there's always a cost of doing business, and an escalation was necessary to cover the growing fees of pensions and healthcare and retirement. So it was very difficult. So I know I stand here and people say, you know, oh, look, he didn't vote with his party, but I do vote with my party and I care about what we think. But the reality is we have to take a line in the sand and we have to say, what are we going to win? And what are we going to do for the people who are moving forward? Now, we have some great commitments from council members to support programs that are going to move in the forward, to put those people, those feet on the ground and to do different things. It's not always perfect, and I'm sure that I'll hear about it numerous times, but I try to do the best thing I can for what I feel is the purpose at hand. And that's why I voted yes in the finance committee. And that's why I'm going to vote yes here. It has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with what can we gain and what can we look to gain in the future from it. And I think that we've come as far as we can, because I don't think that in the minority, we wouldn't get much support to get to our goal. So I'm hoping that in the future, you will all look at that and realize that we are in it together. And I'd like to truly push on some of these positions to get more for the taxpayer, whether it have to be in services now, since we've already figured out our money. All right, so that's where I stand. And like it or not, that's where I have to be.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Thank you. I'm just gonna, I reiterated, I said what I needed to say in the finance meeting. I feel that as the minority, we put together a good fourth budget amendments, and we worked hard on it, and we all have one vote. I'm just pleased to see some of the things how they went down, some way the attitudes that were tonight, the way the council president was treated. We all have the right to speak, and we all should respect other person's voices when they're speaking. Rolling eyes and flapping hands and everything else is so disrespectful. I'm going to go back to say, when the budget first came out, and I had a conversation with the mayor, and like we discussed, he said, jokingly, he said to me, "You're going to vote for my budget?" And I said, well, we'll have to really work on it. I was pleased to see some of the things in the budget that he put out. I was pleased to see the deputy mayor and Andy work the way they did on it. I thank them for answering the questions and being honest with me. But I just can't support this budget, and so I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Councilmember Steele.
I think there's been a lot of talk about people being disrespected. I don't understand that, but I'm moving forward and discussing the budget. We've talked a lot about garbage tonight. I challenge folks in Troy to look elsewhere to see where they would be able to, through private sources, be able to get their garbage collected for this amount of money. But I do think that if they really are sincerely concerned about what they're paying for garbage, then they need to think about how they handle their garbage. But beyond garbage, we did a lot of good things in this budget. We look forward. We didn't stick to the excuse of we're in COVID and so we can't do anything. We took some risks, and I think we'll be grateful for that in the end. And I really do disagree. I think we worked on several important things tonight in a bipartisan way. And I choose to go forward in a positive way, not be negative.
Can you say your vote?
I'm sorry. So I vote yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Cummings. You're on mute.
Thank you. I think I said a lot of what needs to be said at the previous meeting. The only thing I'll add from my experience over the last few years on the budget is that, this is a COVID budget, a crisis budget. It's the first time we've ever budgeted to appropriate fund balances. That is not a normal thing that we want to be doing, but it's something that had to be done this year to keep the impact on our residents as low as possible. So I thank the mayor and deputy mayor and comptroller for going a little out of their normal comfort zone and doing what needs to be done this year to keep that budget balanced and keep the impact on our residents as minimal as possible while providing the services people need. Obviously, we hope that some of that will be made up with aid from the state or the federal government. But at this point, we can only hope that. And so being able to commit to pulling from fund balances if needed to keep that tax levy low, I think was a strong leadership and an important move this year. So thank you.
Could you state your vote, please?
Yes, again, I vote yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Zaluski.
So I've already said plenty during the previous vote. This is a compromised budget, and I think we worked pretty well together to get here. So I'll just use this moment to say thank you to the administration, the mayor, deputy mayor, especially to Andy. The time, I know that you've all put in a tremendous amount of time and effort into this. You gave us a budget that that you sincerely felt was a positive and fiscally responsible budget for the city of Troy, and we appreciate that. And our intent, of course, we did not want to hack this up in a manner that would unbalance it or be irresponsible. I think we've made some small changes that help us get that garbage fee where we need it to be. I also want to recognize the fact that I know you all put in a tremendous amount of effort on the pay-as-you-throw program and the lead up to including it in this budget. And I support the program. I will continue to support that. For us, it was, or at least for me personally, it was just that we didn't give our residents enough time to understand where we're going with this, how it would impact them, basically the educational part of that. So I feel kind of bad because I know you all put in effort into that and included it in the budget as an integral part of it. And we will get there. We will get there together because this is where we have to go. The cost of disposing of garbage is only going to go up. I know Councilperson Steele said exponentially. I don't know if it'll be exponential or not, but it is going to be significant. Landfills are filling up, and it's going to become more and more expensive to get rid of garbage. And we as a city have to come together and figure this out. And I think we will, because Troy has always done this. But overall, I think this is a positive night, probably a little longer than it needed to be, but here we are at almost midnight, and I will happily support this budget and vote yes.
Councilmember McDermott.
I would like to thank everyone here for all your hard work and your dedication to Troy. And I would like to vote yes on this budget.
Council President Mantello.
Yeah, and as mentioned earlier, I mean, I've said quite a bit, and saying that the budget has some positives, as I mentioned earlier, the youth services and a couple others, but for whoever's watching this late, make no mistake, you heard COVID budget, the minorities budget was a COVID budget. It proposed a number of positions to freeze them, not fill them. The majority, unfortunately, refused to go with that. Not even one or two proposals. As mentioned, the council minority, we didn't take a scalpel out as much as maybe we wanted to, as much as we knew that there were raises for various department heads. We didn't cut those because we really wanted to come forward with a budget that we felt was a very diplomatic budget. Unfortunately, the majority turned down any and all turns, including hiring 2 new community police officers, which, believe it or not, a couple of the majority members actually liked that idea a few months ago when it was discussed at a committee meeting. So I'm disappointed, to say the least. The pay-as-you-throw, make no bones about it, folks. It's coming in 2022. You heard it. I'm a little also upset because I think the taxpayers and residents of Troy are shortchanged. That 190 something, that easily could have come down to 180. Recycling specialist was hired. A parking manager was hired when we didn't have one all year. And unfortunately, as I said earlier, when folks maybe in City Hall might not, be able to perform certain tasks, instead of like really digging deep and really trying to get folks to work more together, we hire new folks outside to come in and do the job. I think we have the right employees here in City Hall. I know we do, overseeing an agency of 600. It's not about just doing more with less. It's about utilizing the talent that we have in City Hall right now. And unfortunately, new positions are going to be filled. So additionally, the $250 for the reassessment, we all know, cutting that in half. The taxpayers should have gotten the other half, the $125. And so I am disappointed. And while I mentioned I like a few things in the budget overall, it shortchanged the taxpayers and residents of the city over the next year. Folks are going to be seeing an effort for a pay-as-you-throw. And one of the things I consistently heard about the pay-as-you-throw, well, we didn't have enough time to educate. Don't shortchange the folks of Troy. They are highly educated. They know about pay-as-you-throw. A lot of folks did a bunch of research on pay-as-you-throw, and they do not like the pay-as-you-throw. Do we need to recycle more? Yeah. And it's not pay-as-you-throw or nothing. We can do more. We can recycle more. We can educate more. We can incentivize more. But it doesn't mean that we have to hold the taxpayers accountable for that. So in a nutshell, I am overall disappointed. As I said, I appreciate the efforts of Andy and Monica, the mayor. We did put a lot of time and a lot of off hours into it, all for naught, pretty much. And that is disappointing because, as I said, the taxpayers and residents at the end of the day, they are not seeing the full benefits. So I do vote no on the budget.
Resolution 113 passes, 5 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. Resolution 114.
Resolution determining that proposed action is a type 2 action for the purposes of the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion. Councilmember Zaluski, do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Councilmember Gully, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 114 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 115.
Resolution determining that certain Department of Public Works facilities improvement projects will not have a significant effect on the environment. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Councilmember Ash McPherson, motion. Councilmember Zaluski, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 115 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 116.
Resolution determining that a proposed action is a type 2 action for purposes of the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion. Councilmember Ash McPherson, do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Councilmember Gully, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 116 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 117.
Resolution determining that proposed action is a type 2 action for the purposes of New York State Environmental Quality Review Act. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 117 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 118.
Resolution determining that proposed action is a type 2 action for the purposes of New York State Environmental Quality Review Act. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion.
No, I didn't second that. That was
Sorry.
Gully.
Councilmember Steele. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 118 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 119.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of a $3 million serial bonds to finance the cost of the reconstruction of the city water system. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 119 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 120.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $1.265 million serial bonds to finance the construction and renovation of the Department of Public Works buildings. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 120 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 121.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $3.370 million serial bonds to finance the construction of the Department of Public Works building. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. I'm sorry, you looked so tired. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 121 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 122.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $620,000 serial bonds to finance the construction of the building to be used as a salt storage facility. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 122 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 123.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $645,000 serial bonds to finance the street lighting replacement projects. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a
Make a
motion?
motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 123 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 124.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of a $2 million serial bonds to finance the improvement and embellishment of existing parks, playgrounds, and recreational areas in the city. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
I motion to embellish.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion.
President,
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
I just want to say, I think this should be the big headline out of tonight. We're all getting together to finally invest in our parks in the city in the way they really should be. Obviously, this is just the start, but really happy to see it in here and look forward to working with the deputy mayor and the planning department and everyone else involved in fleshing out these plans and seeing some dramatic improvements in our parks over the next
And
year.
embellishments.
Yes. Embellishments, pocket parks. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 124 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 125.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $725,000 serial bonds to finance the reconstruction and improvement of the golf course in the city. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Resolution 125 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
We're going to go back to ordinance 94.
Ordinance authorizing the city to create certain capital projects and amending the capital projects fund budget to fund those projects. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Motion,
Second.
Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Ordinance 94 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Last ordinance, ordinance 95.
Ordinance appropriating the various amounts of funds in the City of Troy budget for fiscal year 2021 and levying taxes on all taxable property within the City of Troy in the amount required to raise sufficient revenue by property taxes for the fiscal year 2021 budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Ordinance 95 passes, 4 ayes and 3 noes.
All right, we are now going to take a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. On the discussion, I don't want to throw a wrench in anything, but the ordinance regarding the taxes needed 5 votes as it was not on our desk for 7 days. So ordinance 95 needed 5 votes and only received 4. We received it less than 7 days. So technically, the ordinance 95 did not pass. It needed 2/3.
Council
So,
President,
yes, Mayor.
according to Charter Section 74K, 47K, this meeting cannot adjourn.
I have a motion to reconsider.
I'll second that motion to
No, we
reconsider.
can't make the motion. One of them has to make the motion.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure, Council Member Gully or McPherson, it's essentially, all right. First, I'll make a motion to reconsider and then we'll discuss. So I'll make a motion to reconsider.
I'll second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. We are now we made a motion to reconsider ordinance 95. We have a motion, we have a second. Discussion?
I need some clarification here. I need to understand this a little better. Why, I mean, this is
here.
part of the process. Give me some insight here, Council President.
What, on the votes? We needed 5 votes, 2/3. Andy will give you the clarification on what the legislation, you voted for the budget. I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to vote.
Right, I understand that, and I understand that.
This
And I-
essentially levies the tax rate. Correct, Andy?
So everything you just voted for is what sets it in, so we can get the revenue from the residents.
Correct.
It's the 1.%
This,
percent.
1.6.
this ordinance does 2 things. Just, the first step in it is appropriating the various amounts of funds to bureaus and departments and things of that nature. So, for example, the resolution that was passed adopted the budget and approved it. Approved salaries for my department, A1315-101. That's not in that account right now, and it will not be in that account until this ordinance is passed.
Right.
The second thing it does is it sets the tax levy. Until this ordinance is passed, I cannot start the tax bill process. Those are the 2 things this ordinance does. And this is my personal opinion. This ordinance is in a lot of ways a technicality, and is just a byproduct of the budget vote. This is in some ways, and again, this is my opinion, and not a legal opinion, but just an opinion of someone who's done the budget for several years. This is a procedural vote to put money into accounts and to allow and sets the tax levy to begin the tax billing process.
Yeah, essentially goes hand in hand with the budget, Councilmember Gully. So normally, you know, if you vote for the budget, you're going to vote for this ordinance. And, you know, even if you didn't vote for the budget, in the past, once in a while, members have voted for this ordinance.
So I want clarity on this part. What I'm trying to think of, what I saw in there is that we are adding $600,000 to the taxes. Is that on the residents' back? I mean, I'm trying to get clarity there. Okay, I apologize.
So,
It's okay.
11:44, way past my bedtime.
Okay.
So the difference between Section 4 and Section 5 is the $670, whatever it is, $1,000 you're talking about. That's the tax overlay. The city has had that. I've been working on the budget since the 2014 budget process. We have always had a tax overlay. It accounts for the fact that there will be residents who do not pay their property taxes. So if we need $100 in revenue, and we charge every resident and it totals $100, if someone doesn't pay it, obviously we don't have enough money to operate the city. That's what the tax overlay accounts for. It nets out because we also assume collection of prior year taxes. The biggest part of the tax overlay is the New York State requirement that we make the school districts whole. That for us is Troy School District. We have to write that check. That is $570,000 of the tax overlay, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head. It is something that is recommended by the State Comptroller's Office. They look for it every year in our budget, and they review it every year. It's determined based off of looking at the historical unpaid just the city taxes, the historical unpaid city tax percentage of the total levy as a percentage, the average dollar collected of prior year taxes is then accounted for, and then we look at the unpaid school tax balance. That's the last thing done in the budget is an unpaid school tax report, so we can make an estimate, we can estimate how much we will have to make them whole in the spring.
But are you taking that amount and putting it on to splitting it up amongst all the taxes for the taxpayers, or is it just specific individuals that have
It gets blanketed to all taxpayers. It goes and it's incorporated into the tax rate. And that's the way it's been done, again, since before I was here, but I will speak to 2013 and then on. Beginning in 2013, that is the same methodology for the tax overlay every single year.
Council President, I think I might know part of the source of confusion. Obviously, we also re-levy school bills. and we get that paid back from anyone who didn't pay and pays on the re-levy, right? This is for ones that are.
You were broken up.
We do not re-levy choice school taxes. They are separate liens that the city holds.
Okay,
The county re-levies Lansingburg school taxes. That may be what you're thinking of. The tax overlay is something that we've done. I know I keep saying it. We've done the tax overlay every single year.
Well, maybe I'm confused by what a re-levy is. We do levy or lien on if I were to not pay this year's school bill, you would lien that against my building, not against everyone's building. It's
correct. The difference is a re-levy is when the unpaid garbage bill or an unpaid vacant building fee being put onto the subsequent. What's that?
I think Councilmember Cummings froze.
Okay.
There you go.
But in practice, this 500,000 is. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. Hopefully, you can hear me. In practice, this 500,000 is not that same amount that is leaned onto specific tax holders, or is it?
The amount used for
older past due amounts that we have to.
It's the outstanding 2018, 2019 Troy School District taxes as of the date that the proposed budget went to print. It is the very last thing we do to get the most accurate number we can.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay. Further questions? We'll, once again, we are in a vote. We have a motion, we have a second. This is on reconsideration. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes 5-2. Councilmember Gully, you should thank him for getting a good night's sleep tonight. I'm kidding.
I don't think I'm going to have a good night's sleep, to be honest with you, but that's okay. I've been there before.
Mara, you want to record that vote, please?
Yeah, so I'm just taking notes. So ordinance 95 now passes, am I correct? Vote of 5-2?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. And now I will definitely take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Have a good night, everyone.